So order the Monday, June 6, 2022, 6 p.m.-ish. City Council budget meetings or hearings. With that, Councilor McGivern's here, Councilor Tessa Murphy Ramboletti, Councilor Vacan, Councilor Jordan, Councilor McGee, Councilor Maldonado Velez, Councilor Rivera, and then others are expected to join us a little later. I'll announce them as they get here. With that, we'll go right in order tonight. I was just informed that Jesus Pereira for Veteran Services cannot be here tonight. He has a scheduling conflict. He's actually out of town at an event. So we'll go right into fire. Come on in, take a seat. Just make sure the microphone is on. Yeah, any seat, you pick. Just make sure the light comes up. All right, There we go. So, welcome and good evening. What we'll do is
he's going first.
Yeah, we're going right in. What we're gonna do is, turn it over to you. Tell us a little about any new things that have developed. If not, there's no new things to develop, or any things that you think we should be aware of, and then we'll turn over to the councilors to ask you questions about the budget.
Okay.
Right?
Chief Preskopowski had put the budget in back in February, and the mayor had made some cuts to it already in areas where, I believe we've taken a lot of cuts already, so hopefully it'll be something that'll work for the council, and hopefully we can make some of them back with the supplemental, because they're areas that are contractual areas, and some of them are like, let me go with my notes here. Is for instance, our vacation day and personal day buybacks. We have the chief and Joe O'Connor getting bought back, so those were higher than previous years, but their buybacks for the retirements have to come out of them. So that's why those were larger than they would normally be. Same thing for the sick time buyback. The other thing is you're going to see a significant change in clothing allowance, where we went from about $169,000 a year to $14,000. That's because the local 1693 on the 30th day of this year, as part of their last year's contract, rolled that clothing allowance into their base. So there's no, the only clothing allowance we carry now is the first year when we hire someone. They get a clothing allowance to purchase their uniforms, and from then on, they won't get one anymore. We took a cut in some of the lines that you'll see. One of them is medical. Now that's our pre-employment physicals. So I'm not sure if that was, because it's kind of a misleading line, and we're looking to be hiring. So I spoke to the mayor about possibly trying to, if he does a supplemental, boost that back up, because if we hire up to we're looking at hiring 7, we're gonna need $7,000 for pre-employment physicals, and we have 4 in there now. So I did talk to the mayor about that during a meeting last week. I actually spoke to him about all of our shortfalls and where we would need if we did a supplemental. You're gonna see some increases we were looking for, things like repair, maintenance, and vehicle. Some of our ladder trucks, if you look at the years, we're all under warranty. They're now coming out of warranty, so some of those costs with those are now gonna be shifted to us when they do break down. I think I've covered most of it. Again, if any questions you guys have, I hope I do okay. It's my first budget hearing. I'm going to give you guys all the information I hope you're looking for and answer all the questions you can. If I can't answer a question, I'll try to get the information for you guys.
You're doing great. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. First up is Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, welcome again. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
And congratulations again.
Thank you.
Line item 511111, the administrative assistance to the fire chief. How many administrative assistants to the fire chief do we currently have?
Right now we have 1, which is why it went from 70 to, I don't know why or what happened as to why it was budgeted. I can't speak for the chief on that, if the mayor can. Okay.
Can we Can I ask a question to the chief and to the mayor? Do we need more than one?
I believe we should, because if something happens to our, I mean, I guess what happens is she has all the knowledge for everything in our department when it comes to payroll, when it comes to accounts payable and everything else. And without having anyone else, when she's off right now, what we've had to do is have firefighters go up and cover, which has actually caused a contractual thing with us where, you know, I'm trying to settle something out with the 1693 that works for them, as far as like a change in working condition type thing. You know, we had Jeanette up until, we've traditionally, since I've been there, had two. Because of that, they've shared different duties. And right now, it's all passed on to Dale. And again, if something were to ever happen to her, we'd be in a really bad spot because there's no one else with the knowledge that she has.
Well, if you're speaking of payroll, I mean, payroll has to be put in, but there's other people in the
Yeah,
city
her knowledge of
that
civil
do the payroll.
service, her knowledge of, again, she does a lot. She's also the secretary for the commission.
Well, that's not full-time, though.
I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm getting at is traditionally, and I believe by ordinance, there is only one.
Oh, is there?
At one point in time, a personnel transfer was made
Okay.
without getting into those details. And
Okay.
that's fine, and something was accommodated by two administrative assistants to the fire chief.
Okay.
And, you know, one has left. I'm just asking, is it now the time that we should go back to the historical tradition of having one? And I'm sure, you know, I understand what you're saying, but can you justify full-time work for two?
I don't have a good answer for you right now, Counselor. I'd have to research that because I'm not familiar enough with the operations up there.
And I appreciate that. And the budget says one, so you're gonna find out quickly.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, did I hit that right?
No. Currently, it's budgeted for one, and as the chief completes his year one into the position to 24, we'll find out in that budget cycle of whether or not he needs one or two.
Fair enough.
But that increase has to do with, so the assistant coordinates the use of the reverse 911 emergency management system for the city of Holyoke. And she's been getting a stipend through the emergency management grant to coordinate that use. In this process, when we learned this, there was a conflict, I believe, almost like a double dipping kind of thing where you get a stipend and you're working full time to use a system. So to try to address that conflict, what we did instead was just incorporate the duties and responsibilities, which I think you guys had taken up a few short months ago, revisiting the job description to incorporate those duties and responsibilities into the job description, and all we did was just kind of absorb that cost into a regular salary to take care of that issue. But that's why you see the slight pay jump there.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. That makes sense. Chief, on the number of firefighters, you're budgeted for 82, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Do we have 82?
We do not right now, sir. We have, let me go to my note. We're currently at 76, and we are in the process of hiring.
Okay. How is hiring these days? Difficult?
It's not difficult to find candidates. It's a slow process through civil service. We have to do extensive background checks. We ran into an issue, I'm trying to think of how many years ago now, with a firefighter who was using an address that wasn't his, and it ended up being this, and it got us to a spot with civil service. There was a claim, so we really have to investigate everything with them, with their residency and everything else, very in depth now. And between that and the consent decree that we have, it just takes a little longer to hire than normal. It takes a good 3 or 4 months to get through the hiring process from the time we feel we have a need for the firefighter until we get them through the door. You know, between pre-employment physicals, PAT test, everything else, background checks, calling for the cert, getting them in to sign, getting them to come in and do all their, their application and all that stuff, and then getting them to come in and do their background checks, and then actually getting them in for the interview. We're into the process. I want to say it's almost about 3-4 weeks now.
Thank you. Officers, any vacancies?
We're gonna have vacancies. We're filling behind the chief. He's just still on the books until the 18th. So when he's off the books, we're gonna backfill those.
And, sorry, I lost my train of thought. With training still in-house?
They go to the Mass Fire Academy.
Yeah.
They start out with an in-house training. Usually it's 4 to 5 weeks. Sometimes there's a pretty good gap between when that happens and they actually get to the Mass Fire Academy. We had 8 people hired. Unfortunately, one of the 8 that was hired resigned. The job just wasn't working for him with his family, and he, it wasn't for him. But right now we have 7 that are slated to go to the academy in August, and we hired them in January. So you can see where that kind of lag is. They come in, they do their 5 weeks of training, they go out, they work until they go to the academy. But they do go to the Mass Fire Academy so they can get their firefighter 1 and 2 and their hazmat certification.
And then in-house, or in-house continues?
There's always continuous in-house training, yes, on a daily basis. Depending on whether you have a new guy or not, 2 to 3 times a day they're training.
And last question, Mr. President. Chief, I understand when you interviewed with the mayor, you told him you're going to reduce overtime costs by 25%.
We'll do our best, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Counselor Murphy Ramboletti.
Thank you. So Joe took most of my questions, but that's okay. I'm just curious a little bit more about the education and training line item. You had requested 15 and it was down back to 8,000. And I'm just curious, what were the hopes for education and training with that 15?
That education and training actually covers like the outside trainings for EMT.
Okay.
We're mandated to cover their EMT training and research, and then we actually have to reimburse them when they get their research. So that covers that, and it covers the reimbursement of their EMT. That figure can change depending on, everyone has a different renewal cycle. It's off, so it's good for 2 years.
Okay.
And like I said, some people are odd year and some are even year recerting, and that can change that amount also.
Okay. And then I guess this is just kind of a overall question. How has the recent influx of marijuana or cannabis cultivation facilities, how has that impacted the fire department?
It changes the nature of some of our emergencies. I mean, I think the chief had talked to, in core cannabis, I know we talked about it. I don't know if the chief talked to you about it here with carbon dioxide calls now. It's
Okay.
a little different. That's something that they use to increase the grow, and it makes it work better, I guess. The other thing is so it's changed the nature of some of the emergencies we go to. The people who've really had to step up and really educate themselves and spearhead the cannabis thing was our Fire Prevention Bureau.
Okay.
You look at like when they first came in, we had no code in Massachusetts. They did a lot of reaching out to like Colorado and different places like that already were doing marijuana grow to kind of come up with some code, because there was nothing on the national level because it's still not legal
Right.
nationally. So they did a lot of due diligence between Inspector Ortiz, and he's kind of spearheaded a lot of it, where it can be taxing on them, especially when the new grows are coming in and they're trying to work with them to try to get them to where they need to be code-wise.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Right. Just for the record, we said the mayor is here. Councilor Givner has joined us, and now over to Councilor Jordan. You're on mute.
Great.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Chief, how are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good to be with you. Thank you for coming. I had a few questions for you, and some of them are statistical related. obviously probably will not have some of these off the tip of your tongue, but I would like you to follow up. When we talk about your budget in particular, we also want to talk about deliverables. That means basically, you know, what are your calls of service? It would be helpful as part of the budget discussion that you would provide us some statistics relative to your calls of service. Like, for example, what percent of your calls of service are actually fires? What percent are going to auto accidents or doing other first responder work?
So you want
I
like
don't
a
know if you know
breakdown
those
of,
statistics.
I should be able to run a report. I won't have it for you now, but I should be able to run a report for you that'll break down based on like a fire-based call, EMS call, things like that. Is that what you're looking for, Counselor?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that would be helpful as part of, you know, why the fire department needs X amount of money. It would be helpful if, you know, we see what your deliverables are and, you know, your volumes. And if you can compare that versus, you know, say the prior 2 or 3 years, at least that would show us, are we trending up, we trending down, are there certain things you're doing more of or less of? That would be helpful to us.
We can do that. We could definitely break it down as far back as our emergency reporting program goes. We should be able to get you that. So I should be able to get you a couple of years of data.
Great. We appreciate that very much. Thank you. Next thing I wanted to ask you about, a retired firefighter brought this to my attention recently, that there's a requirement under Massachusetts general law to have 4 fire alarm drills at any school per year. Are you aware of that rule, and are we actually doing that?
I can't speak for sure, but I can run that by fire prevention, sir, and get you the answer.
Yeah,
So you
because I
want to know
want
if
to
there's
make
a requirement for 4 fire alarm drills per school per year? Like quarterly
Correct.
drills? Okay.
Yep. And the question is, do you have the resources to actually do that, to meet the mandate? And I was told that that is not occurring currently in the Holyoke schools, and that it's something that we should be doing. And I was wondering if you have the actual resources to do it. And if you don't, then you should be getting those resources. Next thing I wanted to mention to you is, can you do an analysis on the 24-hour shift? That was pitched to the council and advocated for with the city, that this was going to reduce overtime. Can you do a report for us that shows the delta between the beginning of the 24-hour shift in the fire department and the reduction in overtime? Can you show us that overtime has actually gone down since that started?
I will do my best to get that for you, yes.
Great, we appreciate it. The next thing that came to mind is, I heard you mention about the residency. I also wanted to bring it to your attention that not only is there the civil service rule that people are taking a preference in hiring by virtue of them being a Holyoke resident, one, I hope it's that people are actually being honest with that, and you are doing your due diligence. But I would also remind you that at least 10 years ago, we had a revision in the ordinance, and this was our agreement with the firefighters union and leadership, that we were going to, there's actually been a residency requirement full-time, all the time, for all Holyoke firefighters since the 1970s. However, people have not been following the ordinance. And we did a big set of hearings on this about 10 years ago. And we were told that we would grandfather those that didn't follow the ordinance, whether that was a good idea or not. But that was sort of the compromise, and that heretofore, Any new people, we would be following the residency requirement, and that's current law in Holyoke. There is a fire residency requirement for all Holyoke firefighters. Are you aware of that?
Kevin, if I can jump in
I'm
on
not
that?
aware of that.
No,
Sure.
just because Kevin was away for a little bit, we did get a legal opinion that every time they do a new contract, that actually voided out the ordinance that we had. So when they did the contract over, the residency requirement was removed. So just to give you a heads up on that, I think that came out a year or two ago.
Yeah,
So just to let you know on that, that came from legal.
Yeah, well, that's a bad opinion.
I know, just let
And
you know.
I'll take that up separately because no one can write a contract that's illegal. Nobody can sign a contract that's illegal.
I'm just
So,
giving you a heads up because the chief is new to it, so I just want to let you know where that stands.
all right, can somebody send me a copy of that legal opinion? I'll take that up with the law department, but nobody can sign a contract that's in violation of the ordinances. So as a matter of fact, we also have an ordinance that independently says that any person that violates the law or violates an ordinance, their orders shall not be followed. That's a separate ordinance.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know because I know you're going down that path. So for the chief,
All right.
to try and better look it up. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'll investigate. Thank you for the heads up. Chief, the police department does random drug testing. Does the fire department?
We have reasonable suspicion. I believe they had random drug testing in a contract and the city council shot it down. That was their not the last 1-year contract, but the one before. And then when they came back with it, the only thing that seemed to get rid of was the random drug testing. I do remember
How
that.
can the city council get rid of random drug testing
They
when you don't
didn't.
negotiate
They
the
shot
contract?
down. They shot down the finance on the contract, and they went back to negotiate, and it came back without the drug testing policy when it came back. That was a contract done, I believe, with Mayor Morse and when Chief Pond was here.
How long ago was that?
It's got to be 6 years ago. I think it was almost a 5-year contract. They had a year with a 0, and then I don't know. I thought they had a 4-year contract, which didn't sound right, but I thought they did on that one. And then I think they just pulled up this 1 year that they got from Mayor Murphy was the tail end of that contract where that was. It was all somewhere right around the Northeast Street fire timeline when all that stuff was going on. It was right around there.
Or how about, I don't know if it was around the time one of your firefighters got jammed up in a drug problem with one of our, that was what surfaced with the Holyoke police. I think you probably remember that incident. You've been around a while. And let me also say that the city council cannot change any provision of any of these contracts. So if they turned it down for some finances and then only Morse can yank out some provision out of a contract.
No,
You
that's
say yes
absolutely what I said happened. The finance portion was shot down. When they went back, they renegotiate. When they did it, the random drug testing was gone when it was all done.
Oh, I see.
You guys didn't
Okay.
do that. You just turned down the finance on it.
I see. Okay. I'll have to look into that. So we have reasonable suspicion, is the new one?
We've had that for quite some time. It goes back to before I got on the job.
How do we ensure that we don't have the problems that we've had in the past with this? Like, what, doesn't seem like reasonable suspicion was working if we don't do random testing.
I mean, if not having random testing isn't, I don't know. I mean, if the city wants to go random testing, they'll have to work on that with the local.
Yeah, well, I'd ask for you to work on it. That's what we're paying you to do. So,
Okay.
you and the mayor should talk that through because That's why we're doing it in the police department, and I think we need a certain degree of consistency to ensure, because otherwise, what's reasonable suspicion to one, it seems particularly random and arbitrary currently. And we need to keep our people safe. And you guys are in high positions of responsibility, and we need to make sure everybody is drug-free.
I agree.
Next question I wanted to ask you is, do you survey the department to determine what percentage of the department has a part-time job or a full-time other job? Is there a limit of any form about the number of hours firefighters or officers can work in jobs other than being a firefighter or a officer?
There's nothing that I know of.
Okay. Do we know what percent have full-time other jobs?
Do not.
Can you investigate that?
It's not our purview.
Can,
I
I think it would be, I think it's an important thing to track. I'm not so worried necessarily about part-time employment, but I'm hearing that, people are telling me like people have full-time other jobs on top of a full-time employment with us. Are you aware of any of those situations?
I don't know. I mean, I do know that I personally worked a second job that could be up to 30 hours a week for the vast majority of my career. It's
Really?
just something, yes,
so.
Chair,
All
can
right,
we
so
keep it to the budget, please?
yeah, we're gonna get back to the budget here. The mayor had a follow-up in this.
No, I was just going to say that, I mean, I think Counselor and, a lot of the questions you're raising, all very well worth looking into, and I'd be more than happy to work with you through this and the chief on these management day-to-day questions, but I just wanted to focus on the budget, if we can.
Well, I think it gets into a lot of the issues about how many firefighters we need, what kind of service are we getting? I think it gets into, people are working all these full-time jobs, and yet I'm seeing overtime and other, it seems to create a certain lack of flexibility in the budget. And I think it also goes to the higher propensity opportunity for injury and a number of risks and potential exposures from an insurance perspective to the city. I think it also goes to the question of how fatigued and that liability potentially on the city. I'm wondering if any of that is analyzed. I guess I didn't realize the chief is also working another full-time job.
I'm not working one. Counselor, I worked one in the past when I was a firefighter, a lieutenant, and a captain.
Oh, okay, but not anymore.
I'm not working one now, no.
Oh, okay, all right.
Short of the National Guard.
Okay, which is fine. No issue there. All right. I guess we'll just have to look into that more, but I think it does go to financial for sure, all over that. And you got to understand, to do my job and to understand all the angles of how we get to 10.3 million, I need to understand all these questions. That's my due diligence. for the
Understood,
people.
Counselor. Understood.
Yeah. Good. All right. So I noticed that when I'm looking at the FY21 expense, it says that your department spent 9.3 million. This year's budget is requested at 10.3 million. And I noticed that the firefighter line was 3.9 million in FY21, and it was on pace to be the same for FY22. And now we're requested at 4.9 million. Why is that?
That was the clothing allowance rolling.
The Rollins, yeah, there was some.
They rolled in $1,400 into their base on the 30th of June.
Okay, but the total spent is up $1 million in the overall budget. Why?
I mean, Chief, you can.
I'll have
get
to
back us
research
on
that
Yeah.
for you and get back to you.
I don't think you would know.
Okay, so, the budget goes up $1 million in the course of a year or two, and we don't know why. So, yeah,
I-
Well,
Counselor,
because
This is a
they
budget
actually,
hearing,
they
right?
had a 3% raise in fiscal year '22. July 1st, they took a 1.5 of '21. They took a 1.5 in January of '22, and then they took a $1,400 clothing allowance roll-in, which depending on where you're at, wasn't $1,400. That was $1,400 on a step 1 through 4. Their contract goes on percentages beyond that. So that dollar figure could be up over $2,000 by the time you get to a captain. But again, you took a 3% raise also in fiscal year '22. But it was half-year rate, so it was a 1.5, then a 1.5, and then on the 30th, it was a $1,400 roll-in for their clothing. But I will research it further for you.
I think also there
Thank
was
you.
a retro in the raise too, if I'm not mistaken. And I think in the previous fiscal year, mark me if I'm wrong, anybody that remembers, instead of 82 firefighters, they were trying to budget for 82, and we ended up budgeting only 80
I think it was 80, yeah.
or so. So I think it was just a combination of factors, Counselor, that's caused that, that's not being, that we just don't see when we're just looking at the concrete numbers in front of us.
has there been any I got to admit, I haven't done my homework yet to go on the DLS site to do the cross-city comparison, but I don't know, have you and like compared us to say a Chicopee or a Westfield that have at least remotely comparable population to what we do and to see how Holyoke compares? Have you ever prepared a bar graph based on population to maybe you could share with the council your spending versus others, towns of comparable size?
I have not, but if you'd like me to, I can try to put that together.
I think that would be helpful, just to make sure that we're tracking, compared to the other communities. Thank
So
you.
would you like total
No
budget,
further
Counselor?
questions.
Would you like
Appreciate
total
it.
budget for like Chicopee and total budget for Westfield Fire Departments? Just the
Yeah, like
overall
if you
total
wanted
budget?
to, even if you did it, say, personnel and expense, just like we do it, you could break it out that way, if you think that's helpful. Thank you, I appreciate your time.
All right, so Counselor Anderson Burgos and Counselor Tallman have joined us. Any further questions for the chief? Counselor McGivern.
No, there was a retro roll-in, as the mayor said, for the salaries. And that makes a little bit of a difference in this year's budget.
Anyone further? Seeing none here and on the computer. Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, the budget hearing is the 13th.
Okay.
So if you can't make it, you can always zoom in.
But thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
So next is personnel.
Hi. Hi.
Good evening.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. So what we'll do is we'll turn over to you if there's anything new since when you did the budget or any comments you want to make, and then we'll turn over to the counselors.
Okay. Yeah. So it is my first time, like the chief, doing this, and I haven't been here a full year, so it was hard for me to know exactly what I needed to spend. So I didn't add much. I do think that the mayor did cut workman's comp and some of the other lines that I think we've spent more this year in, so I think we'll need to keep them, depending on how claims go. Besides that, You know, some of the education things, expenses that he cut also, I think we might be able to use ARPA funds. Well, I'm hoping we are able to use ARPA funds, so I'm not really gonna challenge that.
All right, so any questions for personnel? Counselor Jordan.
Hi, good to see you, Kelly. Hopefully not a hard question. Your budget's level funded, so pretty straightforward there, and I really appreciate everything you've been doing
Thank you.
for the city. I did want to ask you about the workers' comp claims. I was going to ask, and maybe I need to follow it up with a separate order, but in order to really understand the amount that's requested for workers' comp, my question is, between that and the police and fire indemnification lines, I believe, are we still using the vendor Metatrol?
We are, yep.
Okay. And do they provide you with reports on how many claims have been made and how many that the city denied and how many were sustained?
I haven't received one yet. I do have like a report of who's currently on workman's comp and like the status or how many visits they've had or what we've paid for them. It's kind of like a summary of per person on a page. It's not really like a Excel or a sheet that is easily, you know, sorted or where I can add up numbers. But I can request that. I'm not sure if that's something they can provide, though.
Yeah, I think what would be helpful is if you could provide maybe a 2 or 3 year statistical analysis at some point on the workers' comp claims that shows what percentage they investigated and determined that somebody was ineligible or the city should not pay workers' comp versus, should. And so what I'm trying to get at is, are they just really servicing claims, or are they actually truly investigating some of these claims to make sure that, they're actually really worthy? I just want to make sure that they're doing that piece to support your office. And I'm just, I wouldn't expect there's going to be a wild number, but it's always good to just make sure they're doing their due diligence. And I know you're new, but I think it would be helpful if we did take a look at that, at least on an annual or a biannual basis.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I do know they are doing their due diligence. Attorney Kathy Moore, I've worked with her on the school department side, and she's really thorough about making sure she does what's, in the best interest of the employee and employer. So if she thinks something's not, true, she'll go further, dig deeper. But I think a report would be good to see where we're at, how many claims, and the status.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone for Councilor McGivern?
Thank you, Mr. President. Kelly, welcome. Unemployment compensation and workman's comp and unemployment, for those that don't know, are on page 47.
Yep.
The handful of years ago, the schools, which were the leading contributor to unemployment costs, absorbed unemployment costs in their budget, which makes sense. And without getting into that this evening, the $50,000, is that appeared to be sufficient for the city side of the budget when it comes to unemployment costs?
No, so far this year, we've spent $54,035, and that we're working on June's bills now, which is around 2,000. So it'll be roughly 56 to 57 for this fiscal year.
Okay, is there a transfer going into that account for
Yeah,
this year?
we've already transferred. For some reason, we had to transfer 11,000 in. So we used some of the money from the indemnification account.
And your office works with health insurance with the Section 19 committee and with the mayor?
Yes.
Okay. What's the forecast for our health insurance cost for the year? What's it looking like? I don't mean to give you a loaded question. I just kind of,
Yeah, I
for a
think we
general one.
budgeted around 12,000 for it. But we do have, the school department pays us some money and we get reimbursed from the waterworks and from the gas and electric. I actually think it's 13.
And do you
Yeah.
participate in the Section 19 committee, or?
I do.
She sure does.
I found out a team was supposed to go with me to negotiate with them, and at first it was just me, and then Mayor Garcia joined us a few times. But next year I'll have
I think Mayor Garcia is the first mayor to ever went to an actual meeting.
That is what
I'm
they
being
said.
told that, but I guess that's
Yeah.
something I shouldn't announce, Mr. President.
Yes, and they were very grateful.
Okay.
We
I
have-
mean, it's an incredible lot of work that goes into health insurance and such an important benefit to all our employees. It's just very difficult to understand from a budget point of view.
right.
You know, it's unemployment, we're self-insured. Workman's comp is what it is, you know, and I think the mayor's fair with starting at $190,000, knowing that could go up, probably will go up. But health insurance is just, you know, that moving target can very easily get shattered, although we've been lucky the last 3 years. We've been holding the course. So I think Section 19 works great. It's just, I wish I understood it more, but good luck to you.
You're welcome to join me at some of the meetings.
We'll consider that. Thank you. That's my questions, Mr. President.
Counselor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Kelly, for coming down tonight, and thank you for the work you've done so far with a very important department in our city. You talked earlier about the training. The 53010, you requested 4,000, the employee training program.
Yep.
And you're saying, is that the one you think may get funding through ARPA?
I'm hoping, so, can you say the number again? If it's the one I'm thinking of, in the past, it's been used for I think AED training.
Yeah, 53010, object code.
Yeah, I made notes on a separate sheet. I got it right here, yeah. So in the past, yeah, that is the one that I'm hoping we can use ARPA training, ARPA money for, since the mayor did cut it. But this year, since there was a balance in there, I took advantage of some Mass Municipal Association training, and then I secured Google training for the city, because we have Google Suite and nobody wants to use it. So it's because they don't know how to. And so I'm trying to provide some training so that they can take advantage of the resources we have.
That'd be great. That's important. And my second question, or not just what I'm looking at, is the next line. The employee assistance program is something I think is very important for our city to keep employees healthy and having issues. And it's fully budgeted. But how is that? We contract out with somebody, and how is that working? Are employees actually using that, utilizing
I'm sorry,
that?
can you say the
The
line?
employee assistance program.
Oh, yes, employees are using it. So I know I always refer back to my time at the schools. When I was there, we got feedback that no one there was using it, which it was the same provider, Concern, EAP, and they had said because it wasn't private. Like if you were to go to Holyoke Medical Center, they knew if you were going to the 5th floor, you were going to go see a counselor, and like people were afraid to go and not be private about it. So I looked at other EAP providers, and the schools did go with a new one that was a little bit cheaper and had a lot more services. The gas and electric and City Hall at the time did not want to move to a new provider. But when I came here and I realized they still had the same EAP, I did try to promote it more, and I have heard from I haven't got a usage report yet, which should be quarterly. That's something I have to ask the Joy about at Concern. But I have heard from staff that they do use it and that the person they talk to is great and they helps with strategies and just coping and stuff.
Okay, I think it's important. I know I worked with the Postal Service, and not only affected employees, but their families, their wives, husbands, in-laws, elderly people, children. So, and the thing is to try to keep people, in a position where they're coming to work and they don't have these issues or problems that they're trying to deal with and try to solve. I think that's a really a big benefit, and anything you can do to sort of market that a little bit better or get that out in people's, work sites with posters or whatever. I think, like you said, it's supposed to be a confidential program, and I know some people feel uncomfortable with that, but, anything you can do to try to promote that and to make it easier accessible for employees to not be afraid to utilize it, so they could, stay on the job and show up at the work site, because that's what we need. We need employees that are healthy, mentally and physically, that they can show up and do the job on a daily basis. But anything you can do at all with that. And then the other thing, the Section 19, I've talked to several people that have been on that committee, and I know it's a really good working committee. And I've gotten several calls from people looking at, how do they change things? If somebody's married, they have one person, why are they paying the same amount as somebody that's married that has 4 kids?
Right.
And I know it's a tough balance, but, I think it's, with the different agencies, different departments working on that, I think that's also important to see what we can do to save on health insurance, because those are costs that are really, they go up almost every year. You can't get away from that. But whatever we can do as a city, through the budgeting with the mayor, and how we can talk to these different insurance agencies to try to, save money for not just the city, but also the employees, would be a big help. So
Right.
thank you so much for the work you do on that committee.
Thank you.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for coming in, Kelly. I just have a quick follow-up question on the unemployment.
Okay.
And I guess we had understood that we had avoided layoffs, and so I was just interested in understanding what contributed to the unemployment expenses.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many have filed. I don't get a report for that. I do see some claims come through, and sometimes some of the seasonal workers will make a claim. I know that, I know that a lot of the school department claims come this way, and we forward them, to the HR department at the schools, but I would have to get more information, but a lot of them have been seasonal, or I'll see a name that's from the past. It's not like a significant amount, but it is, pretty regular.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would just follow up on Councilor McGivern's point that if it is a school employee, that should be coming out of the school budget rather than the city side. So maybe if you get a chance, we can just be sure those are in the right categories.
Yeah,
But thank you.
thank you.
Counselor Murphy Ramboletti.
Hi, Kelly. Thank you for being here. I just had a question. Do you use the line item of advertising to post jobs and such, or does that come from a mix of places?
So I've been using it to post jobs, but I'm not sure what it was used for before. But some of the sites, like the municipal sites, are really expensive, so I could probably knock that out with 2 postings.
I was going to ask, that was going to be my next question was, I know there was a period of time when I was a city employee that funding was cut that allowed us to have a membership to the Mass Municipal Association, which is a pretty important thing for us to have a membership to. Is that something that we do have a membership to currently?
Yeah, I'm a member. Yep.
Great. So jobs can get posted through there as
Right.
well?
Yep.
Okay.
And there's still a fee. I think it's $75 per post.
Per posting.
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I hope one day we can increase that, because I know it's really important that we are broadly circulating these postings. And so thank you for the information.
Yeah, there was one today actually that one of the DPW commissioners sent for maybe HR. It's like that kind of field. I have to check, but it was like $4.95 for a non-member to post.
So having that membership makes it cheaper, right?
It was like $3.90, I think. It was not a big change in not having a membership. But the hard part with those kind of things is how many people really do look at that, and will it cultivate candidates?
Right.
You know, we don't have that data, so it's hard to invest that in that
Okay.
without knowing.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what that looks like in other communities and their success rate. The communities that have the funds to be able to do that, I'd love to. So, okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone further? See none in here online. Thank you very much for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Next up is the building department.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. Good night.
And there's Damien. Good evening, Damien. How are you?
Good evening. Good, thank you.
So we'll turn over to you if there's any updates you want to give us or any changes, and then we'll turn over to the counselors to ask questions.
Not too much major, just small things to note. In our budget, we have 2 local inspectors, and we've typically funded them partially with block grant money, so there is a change there. The request that was honored by the mayor was to fund completely using city funds, and with the theory that we've had this one position vacant for 3 years and unable to fill it, that it might be slightly more appealing if it's not funded through block grant money. So no guarantee we'll find somebody, but that's a change. The property maintenance supervisor we lost this year as well, so that's got an increase, not for a pay increase for an individual, there's nobody there, but with the hopes that we'll be able to have a little more flexibility in hiring somebody new, perhaps entertain somebody to come to us. Weights and measures was in different budgets over the last 5 or 6 years. We don't have somebody working for the city since the gentleman retired about 8 years ago, and there's a $18,000 that's for contracted services that we've been paying the state. The state will no longer do this for us, so we are going to use that money for possible contracting a third party, but we'll be looking to fill a position full-time, hopefully. And not much else. A lot of the items were cut down to the bare bones, like telephone use, that's for our computers, that's for inspectional software. We have a contractual amount to pay Verizon for that. And education and training covers our code books every year, which is more than what is proposed there at $1,100. So that's all I have.
All right, so any questions? Counselor McGivern?
Not a question, but just thank you, Damien. Just a statement. Weights and measures is so important. And Damien, it got kind of thrown under your umbrella. Years ago, we had a part-time person that did an incredible job. You know, they worked out of a small office downstairs. They did a lot of things on their own. And we're talking, if I'm right, we're talking from gas pumps to registers to scales at supermarkets to things that need to be calibrated and need to be, you know, for our residents and customers who use our stores. You know, it's such an important job, but unsung, you know, type work that, you know, should be routine. And I don't. It was Alex Morse, I believe, that eliminated the position in the budget. I could be wrong there, but it's something that we need to do. And we only found out a year or maybe a year and a half ago that the state was doing it and charging us. And the, you know, the fees the state were charging us was incredible, you know, compared to what we were actually paying a person to go out and do it. I mean, nowadays you go to the gas pump and you look at the price, and to think that that pump has not been calibrated is scary. But I just, maybe, Mr. Mayor, this might be to you. It's something that we need to get back on track with.
Yep, and we do plan on getting back on track. I think the part-time person you were referring to, I think, was just getting paid less than $18,000. He was kind of doing it for the city, for the love of the city. And so in my supplemental version, there will be a line item to fund a full-time weights and measures. I did receive a letter from the Commonwealth putting us on notice that they were no longer going to do it for us. And there is a return, somewhat of a revenue-making opportunity, because we can charge per item that gets inspected. And, I think our fees currently are, and last time Damien and I looked into this, I think we are the lowest in the Commonwealth. We can revisit that and see, what kind of revenue we can generate to help not necessarily cover 100% of the cost, because I'm not sure how many systems are out there that we can inspect and recoup the cost to cover whatever the amount, $60,000, $70,000 position might be, but at least at minimum to supplement as much of it as possible. But do anticipate a supplemental for to cover this role.
Thank you.
Yep.
Counselor Jordan.
Hey, Damien, how's it going?
Owen,
Good, yeah, good to see you. I appreciate all your hard work, and I wanted to ask you about this unfilled inspector position. If I had my druthers, I'd give you many more than two, because there's a huge backlog and stuff. We're always getting constituent concerns about, so-and-so's running a business, or this and that's a problem, and there's this, huge backlog of trying to get to all these things. Having said all that, if there's been two positions funded, but one has gone unfilled for 3 years, I could see where it's like, unfilled for 3 years. If it was like, okay, we'll give you the money and you've got the candidate, so leave it out there until you can fill it. But if you realistically have no time horizon to fill the job, why don't we not fund it now, but as soon as you find a candidate, we give you the money whenever that could be? Does that sound reasonable to you? We would love to fill the job if you can find somebody to do it.
I don't think we're so far off in our competitiveness that there's nobody that's even on a normal day. They're very specialized positions, just like weights and measures. Going out and trying to talk to people. There's so few people that do this kind of work. We've already been, I don't want to say desperate, but really trying to talk people into taking these positions, trying to sweeten the deal, tell them it's a 35-hour work week kind of thing, and anything we can do. And that's where we've had any success in the past. But in theory, you fund, right, the line item covers 2 full-time positions, which one person's been in there for a few years. And after a few months goes by, there'll likely be a surplus, in which, if the mayor entertains it sometime in the next fiscal year and the council goes along with it, we could probably increase the grades of those employees to get it posted at something that might attract somebody. I don't know, we just heard about the cost of advertising, and I've been thinking over the last 3 years, we spent more cost in advertising that position than we would have if we paid the person $10,000 more in the first place. It's that ironic, So it's a tough sell looking. I've done spreadsheets, I've looked at all the comparable communities. We're no less than $10,000 less than everybody else. And honestly, we've heard about insurance. Holyoke's got one of the worst insurance coverages. A lot of the neighboring communities cover 80% of their insurance, not the 50-50. That means something to somebody on the lower end of the pay scale.
Believe it or not, I did actually see some new statistics. So we're actually a lot better than 50-50 now, believe it or not. We're actually, based on we're actually at 73%, if you can believe it. But you're right, there was a time when we were at 50-50, but maybe better things are on the horizon for the health insurance situation, hopefully for next fiscal year. But yeah, I agree with you. What do you think about an approach of, we cut this, obviously the one position that's filled, whatever you need for that person, which it's like 55 or 60,000, and then come back in with whatever the master plan is to jack this up 10 grand, if that's what the, analysis comes back at. And then obviously the person who's in the position currently, he's going to want, or she, whoever it is going to want a $10,000 raise, I'm sure, because they're going to say, well, what about me? I've been here at this salary, and you're going to bring in the new person at 10 grand more, so now we're out 20 grand. But nevertheless, what do you think about you guys doing that analysis over whatever number of months, and then let us know?
I mean, I don't have any feelings with it very strongly, other than we're not hitting our mandated inspections.
Right.
As we've heard tonight in the fire department, we are woefully behind. The city has never been able to do them since I started. There was none. A lot of them weren't being done at all, and we're really struggling to keep up with those. So, if we don't fund it, there is, I guess, a small chance you could always post a job, hope somebody takes it. I doubt anyone will be entertaining it, because we're offering the same thing we did 3 years ago, and we couldn't get anyone then. So if it's cut, my only question would be, typically we're waiting till September, October for free cash to ask for an injection of money, which means we're definitely out until then.
But I guess what my point is that we would be able to see whatever you come back with the higher salary, to see if it draws the candidate. I guess I agree. If you keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result, pretty unlikely. I definitely see your point. And if we're not being competitive, that's a problem. On the other hand, I don't want to just leave the money there for the sake of leaving it there if there's no actual candidate anytime soon to go into the job. On the other hand, I'd rather have a plan from you guys. I suppose if there was something emergency where you needed it, we could either shift it from inside your department for a month or so, or take it from stabilization. Those are the other options that we have if we had a short-term need. Okay, all right, I'll think that over. But yeah, if you guys can develop a plan, I'm assuming you didn't get support to jack up the salary, which is kind of why we're 3 years not filled.
In the past, it was just, in all fairness, it was 75% block grant money, but that doesn't change the salary. It's a NAGE position, it's union. The grade is what it is, it has a range. That has to change, but I've asked this year, and I've done a fair amount of work, and I've always kept track of what other communities are paying, and also what they're charging for fees. We're charging the least amount of fees in almost the whole state, yet really putting out a lot of work. So this is, I guess as another point, this is self-funded. We're taking in more money than we're spending, but we just don't have anyone. In 3 years, we had one applicant, and we did actually follow up with them, say, hey, let's talk, and they never followed through with any sort of email, and it's pretty abysmal. So we kind of gave up. We know what we need to pay. We have a proposal, but it's just got to get changed.
I'm glad you brought up about the revenue, because I actually have a separate order that's going to be coming pretty soon about talking about non-tax revenue that's been generated by our departments, and yours has been one of the best in terms of revenue generation. And a lot of these positions, as you correctly point out, pay for themselves. So I think it would be important for people to realize and get an update on that. I know you had done that previously, but it may be been a little while since you did a report like that. I don't know if you have produced anything in the last year or so, but I think that would be helpful to take a look at, the type of license revenue and other revenue that you're generating. That would be helpful.
I'm working on it. I did the PPG report this year, and it's incredibly time consuming on, the extra time. So, but I am working on it, and I will have something as I have in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Mary, you had your hand up, or?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna so you're aware on your radar that this particular position, our hands get tied up because of the NAGE contract. But we do, Lisa and I are getting ready to meet with NAGE and start working on some structural issues with just like we did with PSA. So I'd love to budget for 3. It's just no one's applying for it from what I hear. And also we're trying to do what we can to keep our current inspector who's been looking around as well. The other thing too, and I try not to do this, I don't like to see things, I know we can, but not necessarily the best practice to post things that I don't know if whether or not we have the funding for. So just, counselors, if you can, as you comb through this, keep that in mind, before cutting the local inspector line item. If we know that this is something that is going to be funded, we can hit the ground running and post now, see what bites while we at the same time work with the NAGE contract. But just wanted to share that with you guys.
All right, anyone further? Oh, sorry, Councilor Tubman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mr. President. Thank you, Damien, for coming down, and a couple of really good questions by Councilor Jordan. On the chief, the wire inspector and the plumbing inspector, are those 2 positions that have been filled in the last couple of years on a regular basis? Damien?
There's the plumbing inspector, yes. The wire inspector, no. The chief of inspections for wires, yes.
Okay, so there's a difference. There's
Yes.
a difference in the chief and then the wire inspector.
A supervisor and a subordinate.
Because then for years you'd have to contract that out. We'd have people come in for those, but the positions are pretty stable right now.
They are. We have had those same 2 folks in there for years, and I don't see anything on the horizon of them departing us for any reason. And we still do maintain alternates to cover vacations and things, which is also the same folks for many, many years.
Okay, and right now you say we don't have a demo supervisor?
No, that gentleman left about 3 months ago for another position.
Is that something that could be possibly going to hire somebody soon with that funding, or is that something that the council could look at possibly cutting?
The mayor and I spoke a lot about that. It's a little tricky right now. We want to hire somebody. The burden's all on me right now, cleaning up all the projects left behind when we lost the employee. And the weights and measures, I feel, is where I need to focus my extra effort, in my opinion, because we're mandated to do that. Whereas the demolition and property maintenance supervisor, that's a really great thing to have. It helps out citywide. But again, it's not a mandated thing that we have to have. We can do that through third-party contractors. So with my limited time and staff, I thought it was best that we just focus on the weights and measures to get that up and running. Come July 1st, we have nobody to do anything.
Yeah, I think it's very important to get that going and try to, and you feel that pay would be somebody that could get somebody for that amount within the next month?
Or weights and measures, or?
Right, with the supplemental budget that the mayor stated, 60
The
to
average
70,000.
is 65 of all the neighboring communities
Okay.
for a full-time weights and measures.
And is there a pool of people for that position? And if you don't get that filled, what happens? What do? We got to get it done, right?
I was working on a scope of services today for contract work. I couldn't tell, I've learned more than I ever wanted to know about weights and measures over the last year. It's a very, very small group of people that do that across the state. One person I consulted with covers 12 towns.
Wow.
Small towns, but still 12 towns. And there's a lot of, the state does a lot of smaller communities, but we're beyond the threshold of our population for them to do it.
Right.
And so that's why they're cutting us off. So my plan is to get it out there to the dozen or so current weights and measures folks, so at least they'll spread the word around. But we're hoping for July 1st or shortly thereafter, we can get somebody in here.
Okay. And other than that, I mean, your budget seems you have enough people to. I know you're short a couple inspectors or inspector, but you have enough people to try to get the work the best you can done day to day in your office.
We're doing it. We're chugging by the last few weeks. I was out with COVID, and then somebody else got sick, and one other person's on vacation, and it's like it's one person doing three people's jobs often.
Right. I know that's it's not easy. The other quick question I had is on the demolition of unsafe buildings. Is that something that might come out of another fund, maybe ARPA money or something? The 150.
It's historically, ARPA's new, but also block grant money partially we utilize, and also the vacant building registration fund from the Board of Health has chipped in for projects. We want money in our budget because it has far less strings attached and it's easier to use for emergencies.
Right.
So we don't have, even though that item is zeroed out, it's not that we will not have any money going into the next year.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone further? Seeing no one, thank you, Damien. Hope you feel better soon. Have a
Thanks,
good night.
Damien.
Thank you. Good night.
Next up is the Board of Health. Sean is there. I saw him. There he is. Hey, Sean.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. So we'll turn over to you if there's any updates, and then we'll go into questions for you.
Yeah, okay, so just a couple of updates. Overall, this budget is pretty close, about within $5,000 to being level funded over fiscal year 22's budget. It would not have been as requested. I think it's pretty fair, as the mayor has proposed. A couple of things. We did ask for $20,000 for implementation of a new permitting software, which looks to be going to be addressed during this fiscal year out of budget surplus that I had. So that was requested. It's no longer, it won't appear as part of the fiscal year 23 request. The other large item that has made this closer to level funding is that a inspector position, sanitarian 1. We typically have 2 inspectors in that position, have for very many years, and this is the second year that position was not funded. So that's a little more than $40,000 in salary that was taken out of the budget. So with the $20,000 request for the software, which is a one-time request, it's capital expense, and with the the sanitarian position not being funded, I took about $60,000 out, and so it's, like I said, a little less than $5,000 in difference. A couple of items that you may see me looking for transfers next year. Longevity in the budget, that's contractual. It was not funded fully. A little more than $2,000 shortfall there. And so I talked to the mayor about that. Hopefully it can be addressed, but that, that money is guaranteed by contract. Those employees have been working for the city for some of them more than 20 years. And so that's owed to them. The other one is the professional health services. I requested 10,000. It was funded at 5. That's typically funded at or around 5,000 historically. The additional 5,000 is for the Pioneer Valley Mosquito Control District. So some of you may remember a few years ago, Holyoke decided to join the Pioneer Valley Mosquito Control District. They provide base level protection and monitoring as it pertains to Zika was the hot topic at the time, but West Nile virus and other mosquito-borne illnesses are its function. And so that's $5,000 annually. And so, if only half of this line item is funded, there's two purposes there. One is for certain services that we use, and then the other 5,000 is to pay this fixed cost that's annual. So that was not funded fully. Other than that, I will say my activities the last couple of years were significantly different due to the pandemic. And I don't expect that to be the overarching function of the health department moving forward. I do think that we're going to have a resurgence of, typical business. And so some of these line items will see the use that they saw 2019 and back. I think fiscal year 20, fiscal year 21, 21 and 22, sort of atypical use of funding there as a lot of that was shut down.
All right, so with that, questions? Councilor Jordan.
Sean, I had a question relative to dues and subscriptions. I noticed that 2 years in a row, $400 was requested, but no money has been spent for the last 2 fiscal years out of that line. Why should we fund it for $400 again?
In 1 moment. That was for a physical newspaper subscription that we no longer receive because I don't prefer the newspaper. I would like to have a subscription to Mass Live and some of the other news sources that we rely on that are now moving towards subscription only. I will say COVID has sort of distracted me from normal operations. That's something that we got rid of the newspaper subscription, and then I really never got around to subscribing to Mass Live and some of the other payment-oriented news services.
Okay, an annual subscription to that's $75. I just renewed mine the other day. So
fair enough. There
you go. So all right. If you see a cut of $325 there, you'll know why. Now the pay raises for yourself and for the inspector of animals, what's the behind the scenes on those? If you can share with us, you're up about 8 to 10% respectively. Is that something you guys negotiated with the mayor? Is that part of, I don't know if you're part of the supervisor's agreement? What's the situation with those, if you could just share with us?
I'll be 100% with you. I'm a little bit in the dark on that as well. So I am part of the professionals and supervisors, as is the inspector of animals. My understanding from the information I have provided is that those numbers were negotiated or will be negotiated, but I have not seen a contract. We were supposed to have a meeting, and that meeting was postponed because there was more going on that, I'm not privy to those negotiations until after the fact. So I don't think I'm the right person to answer that question. But as you can see, I requested 2% as we're told to do by the auditor, and this number was put in, so somebody knows more than I.
Great. So let's go to the guy who always knows more than probably all of us about this budget, and that's the mayor. So Mayor Garcia, you want to share with us?
Thanks, Councilor, for bringing it to light.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So these, that was negotiated through the PSA. When I stepped in, that was our first focus, was to plug the gap in turnovers and making sure that these positions, which were like the lead positions in our departments, that we're not losing these employees to surrounding communities. So it was our intent to scale it up and remain competitive. I already did sign it. I think it's currently sitting on the desk of your union president for a signature if he hasn't signed it already. But again, that's why it wasn't, let's negotiate a 2% or a 3%. We looked at every single position, Lisa and I, just compared them with other surrounding communities and what they're paying their professional supervisors, and came up with figures that we felt would be competitive. And that's how that number's there.
Okay. So that was some sort of market analysis to come up with 8 to 10%?
So Lisa and the union president there did his own review too, and we just compared each other's notes. But she has a graph looking at what other communities are paying their, let's say in this case it's their health director, and so we averaged it out and agreed to a number. Lisa and I would agree to a number that we felt would be a competitive number that would avoid or lessen any potential for one of our supervisors to want to leave us for another community. And this was to plug gap turnovers in these critical positions that oversee other positions and maintain mandates for the city of Holyoke. So that's why this was the priority, to focus on this contract, so that as we're going forward trying to resolve other issues, we're not continuing to focus on tackling issues as they appear when someone leaves, to say the least.
When you do these crosstown analysis, do you also look at the credentials of the incumbents, i.e. how many years of experience, what their educational credentials are, things of that nature?
We didn't.
Someone has a master's degree versus a bachelor's degree, or some of these different credentials.
When you look at the salaries that the other communities are paying, if you take a deeper look, you can see, because some of them are slightly higher or slightly lower, and it largely because someone's been in a position for a longer time, or they have their degree, or you could see the consistency behind that. But when you compare with Holyoke, we're just significantly less, and so that's where the adjustments took place. But to take a deeper dive and look at an individual community and how much that person was serving there, or whether or not they had a degree, we didn't look into that. We just looked at what they budgeted for. You can see the trend, more or less, and then came up with figures that were not our numbers that we're presenting here. None of them, we're not surpassing any of the other communities. We're not looking to be the highest paid. Certainly other communities have a higher dollar amount, and we just kind of went with that middle figure that'll just keep it desirable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's important that we stay competitive. I'm assuming that when that agreement gets signed, we'll have a discussion as to your analysis and how you arrived at those numbers at that time, and we'll have an opportunity to have that discussion at a later date, I'm assuming, once you get it ready to submit to us.
Yeah, I think whatever documents we have in play, information we can share, I certainly don't mind.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying we don't need to figure that out tonight is my point. We'll
absolutely
have an evening where we'll go through all that at another time once it's been approved and ready to go. I wanted to ask also, Sean, about clothing allowance. To my knowledge, there's never been a clothing allowance in the Board of Health. I've never seen a funding for it, but maybe I missed that. This seems to be a new appropriated line. There was no money spent this year, according to the auditor, or the prior year for clothing allowance. Can you tell me about this new $1,000 clothing allowance?
Certainly. So, I guess there's two halves of this. The first half is budget managers, department heads were told by the city auditor, if you are purchasing any uniform items such as shirts, boots, pants, etc. for your departments that are not contractual benefits, could you please separate out these items from any other line you may have been charging them off to, and create a new line called uniform expense in your FY 2023 budget, please, and thank you. So that's why there's a new line there. The $1,000 is just a rough estimate, but I do have 9 employees. I would have liked to have 10. And you know, when you have new employees coming in, so I just hired 2 new employees in the last fiscal year. We typically equip them with 2 shirts. They say City of Holyoke Board of Health Inspector there, so they can appear in uniform. They get a badge, they get a flashlight, and then sometimes we have other things that we run into, like hard hats or reflective vests. You know, when we go to the transfer station to do inspections, they're required to have that. Some of that stuff is not one size fits all. We also have an animal control officer whose duties are not always the most sanitary. Really, all of our inspectors sometimes run into that, but in particular, the animal control officer. So I put that number there as a rounded number, but that's what it's there for. We had previously been using our supplies line item, and my department and several other departments were informed that that is not where it should be coming from. And so this is sort of me following the auditor's suggestion.
Okay, just a minute. I'm going to take a look at the supply report. Just a minute.
I'm sorry, Council, I couldn't hear you.
I said I need one moment to look at your supply report, just one moment, because you're saying that you're taking it from supplies. So according to this year, your supplies emergency health, is that the line you were taking on?
No, it would be, give me one moment here.
Or was it supplies other?
Just grabbing this, sorry, give me one second. It is supplies other.
Okay. So let's see here. So theoretically, we should be reducing supplies other by 1,000 to make up for this 1,000, correct?
I don't know that it's an exact equation, but certainly that would be reasonable. If this is going to be funded at the full 1,000, then the 1,000 can come out of the other line item. Many of these line items are flexible because the nature of what we do is not fixed. You know, I mean, sometimes we get a bunch of sewage complaints and things get destroyed. Sometimes we have to go into animal hoarders' houses and things get destroyed. Sometimes we have to buy equipment to deal with certain situations. And so, I mean, I would have preferred to keep it the same, so we have the flexibility to address things as necessary, but I see your point.
Right, you understand our role here is to not allow the budget to just keep mushrooming bigger and bigger, that we actually have level budgets, right? If we can't.
If I could, I would say if you cut each 500 as opposed to 1 by 1,000, that would give me a little bit more flexibility.
Okay, understood. Fair, that's a fair point, and I will happily accommodate that. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is the emergency supply line. Requested at 3,000, you used 0 so far this year, and we only have a couple of weeks left. And my question is, why 3,000 again if we didn't use it this year, according to the auditor?
Well, it's for emergencies, and we will actually be using it. So I guess I would prefer it's a little more. In an ideal world, we don't ever use it. But if there's an emergency and there's no funding in it, we will have nothing in case of an emergency. Not that the way our budgets are set up allow for momentary response, but for instance, this is funding for supplies in the event of an emergency or a disaster situation. It's not a drawdown.
Okay.
And so we actually will be invoicing some of that. We set up some shelters over the winter, and there were some costs, and some of the people that we work with have been a little slow in forwarding their invoices, but I do expect a couple $1,000s to come out of that as we clear up at the end of the year. But it is a rainy day fund for shelters, emergencies. I'm glad we didn't need to spend it, but much of that was because other grant funding was made available to us by the state that served a similar purpose. It won't be here in the future.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. All right, so that's just sort of a set aside in the event of something that you've got some cash to draw on to whether it's like a shelter or, whatever crazy things that could come our way. It's sort of like an insurance kitty.
You got it.
All right, got it. Okay, makes perfect sense. All right. Okay, I'm good. Thank you, Sean.
Counselor McGivern?
Thank you, Mr. President. Sean, thank you for the hard work that you did, especially during the pandemic, but even before the pandemic. You're greatly appreciated. In your own words, you said this budget is $5,000 over level funded. In my words, level funded is not level service. So my question is very general to you. Is this budget support level service of your department?
If I had my one thing, I would prefer that my staffing items are funded as they typically are. I would like that inspector position filled. Otherwise, I think, if you guys are okay with transfers from time to time, we can make do. I would say that we have gotten lucky in the last couple of years that, I guess not really lucky, we have had some flexibility because we've had turnover in the department for reasons that don't really have anything to do with salaries. It's just people had health concerns, people retired, and sometimes we were able to bridge some of those gaps with unused salary that we transferred. In this case with the software, it's unused salary. Somebody in my office had a serious medical condition and had to retire early. That position was open for a while, and we found funding there. A few years ago, we had some expenses that came up, and we were able to cover them. But I would say that's the one thing that is not allowing us to proceed. I really do. My strong feeling is that the next year and the years after that, there's going to be strong growth after the reductions in COVID, and there's going to be a need for inspectional services. And what we do complements what other departments do. I work very closely with the law department and with the building department and with the DPW, and in some cases police and fire. And not having staffing where it belongs means that the opportunities to work together consistently or as closely as is possible, they're going to be diminished. That's the one area where I'm concerned.
Thank you. Well said, as always. Always keep an open mind on transfers and supplemental budgets. That's part of the process of what I call a moving target when it comes to budgeting. But budgeting is 12 months. And when I ask that general question, I'm just, you really need to, especially with salaries, need to show, which I think your budget does, a 12-month budget, so that we're not caught off guard with unemployment cost or layoffs or things that we can't fund only because there is no source of transfer revenue. If I could, Mr. President, Sean, thank you for your transparency on the salaries. It just reminds me, and I think the mayor is on the same page with us. For the first time in many decades, Mayor Garcia has put money into salary line items with anticipated contracts that are coming up. That's something that the city used to do Mayor's got away from that for good reasons, but there's also good reasons to do it this way. If we pass the budget, it is not a guarantee that the contract is being honored if that contract is not in front of us. If it comes in front of us next year, we still have, with the line item, appropriate line items reflecting salary increases, the right to vote on these monies in terms of what a new contract is. I hope the mayor and the city solicitor are on the same page with that.
Yeah, so from what I understand that has happened in the past, contracts get ratified in the beginning or middle of a fiscal year, and there's no money in that line item, and that's why it comes to the council, because you got to transfer it from somewhere, and if you're transferring, it requires vote of the council. In this case here, what you're seeing are the dollar amounts that are reflected in that contract, and if you guys vote this budget through, we're not playing that I guess what I'll call a dog and pony show. It's there, it's adequately funded. We could start July 1, hitting the ground running with everyone's new planned for and budgeted salaries. And so it just so happens that all 9 union contracts are in front of me at the moment. They used to be staggered, but for good reason. I could understand the former mayor, Murphy, getting into 1-year contracts until the new mayor came on board, not knowing of whether or not, not knowing that he wasn't going to be around. So that had an unintended consequence. It made all the contracts up at the same time. And Lisa and I, what we're trying to do is trying to secure. There's some that we can, we feel good about 3 years because it's not absorbent. There's others that I'm at the table with trying to hold off for at minimum 1 year until we understand our revenue capacity a little further. But again, for every contract that's not ratified, it impacts your bond and whatnot. So, I understand the need to come to some sort of agreement, whether if it's a 1 year or 3 year, and no contracts are out there hanging. But yeah, what's different here, Counselor, is that what we're looking to do is to adequately fund these so that later, we're not I don't want to agree to any contracts that doesn't have money in the line item. It goes back to my point when we were talking about the inspectors. I don't want to post a position not knowing with no money in the line item because I don't know what's going to happen on the council floor. And mind you, we put a lot of time and hours posting and interviewing, and folks are applying for these jobs and getting excited, and so it becomes difficult. And not to mention, it goes to committee has to talk about it. Hopefully it doesn't get tabled, finally goes to the full council. You're talking about 2 to 3 months before I can finally appoint somebody into a position that might be underfunded. So that's the intent here, is we're transitioning from one fiscal year to the next, and hopefully it's a practice we can maintain so that we're not interrupting services or bringing liability to the city in the middle of the year when we can just figure this out now, adequately fund these positions so that July 1, we're again hitting the ground running here. So that's the intent.
And if I could, Mr. President, from a budgetary point of view and financing point of view, it's your option. I have no problem with it. The city ordinance is clear that before we vote on an appropriation for a collective bargaining unit or a collective bargaining salary department has a professional association, we get to see that contract in advance. Now, when you put the money in a budget for an anticipated collective bargaining, contract coming up next year, we obviously don't get to see that contract until it's signed by yourself. Once it's signed by yourself, those contracts need to come to us for our yay or nay for what is already in the budget, even though we've agreed to your budget for negotiating points of views. And again, it's your option, that's fine. But we still get a second bite at the apple to see that contract. And contracts can have financial impacts in multiple years, and this budget is only for 1 year. So it's even though it's not a transfer, And I'll just point out that President McGee's Finance Committee over the last 4 to 6 years has turned over transfers within 2 weeks, no more than 4 weeks. The old days of waiting 3 months to act on transfers are long gone. The City Council with the Finance Committee works very hard to change over transfer requests in 2 to 4 weeks. But I'm not sure if I'm making my point clear, because we had the fire chief's contract before the Finance Committee the other day, and it seemed like because the money was in the budget, the solicitor didn't think we had to look at that. And that's my point, is any contract that has an impact on the budget, we get to see. We're only voting on the appropriation, but we need to understand the contract, and that's by ordinance.
So the language in the ordinance says, never mind, obviously you got to vote for the transfer, because you have that, every municipality, that's the Mass General Law. But also in the ordinance, you're telling me that, we see the contract and vote on the contract, or confirm the contract as well?
We vote on the
Or is that just-
we vote on the appropriation for the contract.
There we go.
But we're supposed to have the contract before we vote on the appropriation.
I think that's I see what you mean.
Okay.
I think that also it might be worth, and we can certainly follow that, but one of those government restructuring things we might have to, because again, we're talking about keeping up with our mandates and our services, but to your, if that's something we want to, or I need to figure out, or I need to maintain on my end and with Lisa, and be sure that we're honoring this. We'll make sure that we're doing what we can on our side to keep up with the expectations of the council. But when it comes to these things, day-to-day management, I need as much flexibility as I can. So I'm letting the council know, as you guys move forward with structural changes, that you consider the small things like that really impact services here.
I appreciate that, but it is by law, and I know you took an oath of office to abide by city ordinances, state and federal laws, and to me that's important. And I don't think it's you are the only person that can initiate an appropriation. You need the city council to vote on it. If I'm voting on a potential salary increase in any budget, any department within this budget itself, I believe the right to see the contract, first is part of it. When you're anticipating it this way and putting it in your budget, you can't do that. And that's why I'm just stating those contracts need to be filed with us, and then we vote on, do we agree with the contract according to the appropriation, even though it's in your budget.
Noted.
Please. Thank you, Mr. President.
Counselor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Sean, for the work you've done, especially during the pandemic. I really appreciate that and the continuing work you're doing. I'm looking at the expense item, Wellness 53026. Can you explain what that is and why it was cut to $1,500?
Well, so the wellness budget itself is the way we define it as it's to continue the work of workplace wellness designed to lower city insurance rates by funding health screenings, program incentives, classes, marketing, and monthly communications. So essentially, several years ago, there was a workplace wellness coordinator. That was a position that was before I took over as director, so you'll forgive me if the details aren't 100%, but they coordinated with the health insurer we had at the time to offer a variety of incentives and programs specifically for the purpose I mentioned. And I believe that was grant funded. That position no longer exists in the city as a full-time position, but the wellness line item at a much lower dollar value has remained for personnel, and because personnel, they work with the insurance companies. Personnel and the public health nurse have worked together to offer a variety of programs in the past. I'm not sure why it was cut. Actually, I did request an increase from last year. The last couple of years got very little use. COVID it really ruined everything that many things that we do. The limitations on event space, on people who are willing to come out and train, many things that we would have done did not take place for 2 years. So, the lack of use is not because it is purposeless, it's because the nurse had no capacity to put on voluntary trainings, and many of the people that we would have worked with, which are yoga instructors, nutritionists, just doctors, consultants, things like that, they were not available or they weren't working at the time. So the personnel department had expressed interest in expanding these offerings, and I had requested an increase accordingly to sort of move forward. As I said, I do think there's going to be a lot of opportunities in the next year, but I can't speak to the reduction.
Okay, I appreciate that. I remember the committee they had, and we had it funded through some kind of grant. I was a member of the committee. We had the police department, fire department, G&E, schools, somebody from City Hall. And it was, for health, wellness of the employees. And I know we did work with the insurance company at that time. It might have been about 8 years ago. I think I was with our chief, way go back, 2 chiefs back, I believe. And it seemed like it was working pretty good, and then it stopped. And that could be a way of, trying to save some money with the health insurer, because people that are healthy, they're stopped smoking, they're showing up at work, they're not going to the doctors, at the hospital as much. So whatever you can do with that funding, that money, I think is important for the health of the employees of the city. Any type of things that the nurse or the schools can do. And we just had Kelly in there. We talked about the EAP program. I think it's a very important program for the wellness, of our employees, and that. Down the road, that could be a big savings to the health insurance when they look at you're keeping your employees, healthier, or they're stopped smoking, or they're eating a better diet. I think one thing they were giving out, sort of pedometers or something. People at City Hall were walking so many miles a day. All that is to the betterment of the workers. So whatever you can do in that number, I think is important, and for our citizens, for our employees. Appreciate
this fiscal
that.
year, I will say we did the sunscreen that was distributed as part of the skin cancer awareness came out of the wellness line item, and the services, the dietary nutritionist that's been offered to city employees, part of that was also covered through the wellness item. So it still is active.
Right.
It's just the capacity has not been what it had been in the past.
And it could be working more now since COVID is somewhat less. I mean, the last previous years, like you said, you didn't utilize that much, but I think in the next year or two, it could be something that really could be a benefit to the employees. Thank you for the work you do.
Anyone further? Oh, Mayor.
Sorry, I was just going back to the conversation, McGovern, Counselor, and one that I asked is that I'm planning ahead in my mind, and you shed some light on something there. As far as strategy is concerned, would you guys be okay if, understanding that some of these contracts, you're talking about, early July, before we can hit, your target meeting dates in June. If we took whatever anticipated increases are, identified it and say, hey, we anticipate, I don't know, I'm just throwing a number out there, 100,000 worth of salary increases because of 2% or whatever's being agreed upon, and move it in, I don't know, a placeholder into a stabilization or some other account you have control over, so that way we're not having to take money away from a department to, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to think, I'm trying to hit my target so that we're not putting us in jeopardy of not being able to honor a commitment once a contract's ratified. Understanding that we have to agree on our budget, our raise and appropriation before June 30. Just putting that out there. Looking for input from our counselors. Seeking counsel at the moment.
I can only speak for myself, Mr. Mayor, and I'm getting scared where I'm going to file an order and ask that we know exactly how much money is in this budget that is not by contract now, and I'm going to ask that we vote to reduce it if we're not going to see contracts when they're signed. That is a bad way of government. I mean, take a couple police contracts and the impacts that they have on budgets with things that they put in that contract years ago that we missed. You know, dollars here, dollars there, you know, that add up to thousands of dollars 3 to 4 years down the road. I noticed that we have one of our attorneys online on Zoom with us tonight, and maybe Attorney Bissonnette can shed light to if no one seems to be agreeing with me, but it's scaring me.
Well, hold on. Joe, I'll say it out correctly. You are absolutely right on the budgeting process. You can't add it to the budget per ordinance until it's approved. So with that, I understand what the mayor is doing because of everything that has transpired in the sense of we didn't have a mayor, we had temporary mayors, and then contracts were being done instead of, you know, doing it prior to a new mayor coming in, knowing there was going to be a brand new 4-year mayor coming in. It was sent over to him to deal with, which then timing-wise were, you know, kind of behind the 8 ball. So it's one of those catch-22s. I don't think the mayor's trying to do anything, and I know you're not saying he is, but he's not trying to do anything. He's just understanding that contracts are coming in later.
There's a misunderstanding of what the process is, and it's not just the mayor. You know, it's the law department. I'm not going to speak for the law department, but it appears to be after what we saw with the fire chief's contract the other night. You know, contracts, collective bargaining have impacts on the budget, impacts that need to be ratified by a city council vote. No, we do not negotiate the contract, but we negotiate or have a say in the impact of the appropriation the negotiated contract causes.
So I respectfully disagree. And the other thing too is for me to bring forward and agree to a contract, not knowing if whether or not there's even funding secure to pay for the person, that's where it's scary. And I think that's what's been hurting the city probably for the last 20 years. It put us in a bind with, you know, we're dealing with all sorts of things that I'm sure you guys already are very familiar with. But I'm trying to think of a way to honor what you're looking for, Counselor, while at the same time, you know, keeping this, maintaining some degree of stability without, you know, kickback or any other issues or liabilities to the city. But I just don't see. Yeah, if I see Bissonnette's online, if he can enlighten us.
Motion to allow the city solicitor to answer a question or shed light.
Mike, turn it over to you.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everybody. The auditor is probably better suited to answer this than I am, but one of the suggestions I've seen utilized in the past is an appropriation for negotiations, and that can be added into the budget. That's my hound advisor in the background. The actual funding can be put into the budget, but can be subject to the council's review of that particular contract. As everybody understands, and Councilor McGivern is quite correct, the council does have to approve the funding contained within the contract for each and every individual item. So I think there's a great move here to manage this appropriately, given the anticipated cost on the 23 budget. But at the same time, understanding the council's concerns, and with the unlikely outcome that these contracts will be completed by the time the budget needs to be approved, a reserve for appropriation for contractual increases may be the way to go, and I'd submit that might be something to be discussed with the auditor. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Anything further? Councilor McGivern?
No, Mr. President, I will file the order for tomorrow night and take the necessary steps to remove these dollars from the budget if we're not going to get the cooperation of the mayor and the law department and the auditor.
Anyone further? Counselor
Mr.
Bacon.
President?
Yeah, I see you. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. So I just have a question that I'd like to pose before we close out on the budget hearings. I would just like to understand if the mayor could come back, if he's coming back with a supplemental and move the anticipated appropriations into a reserve line similar to what Attorney Bissonette just mentioned. And it would seem like we could hear from the auditor and legal in that regard, so that it would, in a sense, be set aside. I guess my only remaining question, based on the comments relative to the ordinance, is if we can encumber the funds in that way without a specific contract. But if we can, it would seem to be the best way to acknowledge that we intend to spend that money, at least for that purpose, if not talking about specific contracts. I mean, I like the concept, if we are supporting the mayor's argument, I like the concept for having the budget reflect what he's planning to spend. But I do agree that we have to make sure we're in the bounds of the ordinance.
Yep.
But thank you, Attorney Bissonette.
Next is Counselor Murphy Ramboletti.
Hello. I have a clarifying question. It's a first-time counselor. This is a little confusing. Are there any other contracts besides the professional supervisors, the PSA, that are scheduled to have major increases?
So the only ones currently ready, almost ready, would be the PSA and DPW laborers. We were going to anticipate at, yes, absolutely, Tanya, can you please call it? Tanya's like, do you want me to call it? Absolutely. We were going to work with, I don't want to say too much because there are contractual discussions at the moment, but anticipating is in the budget, trying to get a one-year contract with a particular union with a slight percentage increase, with the intention that through the fiscal year we'll work together to see what 24 and possibly a 3-year contract would look like, depending on the revenue capacity. But right now, I would say the PSA, the DPW laborers, we're looking at working with NAGE, and I hate using the word priority because no one of these departments are more important than others. They're all important, but at the moment, the police and fire are kind of like the last focus currently. Although, with the exception to the supervisors at the fire department, there, at least it seems to me, there might seem to understand that there is an opportunity there to close out on something. So there's some moving parts at the moment, but I obviously want to honor Councilor McGivern's concerns, and it's fine if the council decides to. I think we'll work within that parameter. What Councilor Bacon suggested is what I was talking about possibly taking that dollar amount, whatever it is, and putting it in some sort of reserve so that when things are ratified, we can come back to this body, have the discussion, and take what was agreed upon there, depending on how the council wants to vote. I'm just trying to hit my target, that's all, without getting us in a bind.
All set?
Yeah.
All right, Sean, you were waving or your hands up, or?
I was just curious, am I all set?
Yeah. I thought you were just waving at us. We're just.
No, I wasn't sure if my section was still going. This is
you're still
taking a
there.
turn.
No, you're still there. We haven't said no, but I don't think there's anyone else for a question for you. So we'll say thank you very much as always, and have a good night.
Thank you.
All right. With that, next up on the agenda is the school department. Careful. Good evening, how are you?
Good. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm here joined by our CFO, Mickey Buell. We did have a presentation tonight. I'm not sure if you all received the presentation or if it could be projected, or if
Jeff, do you have that?
Yeah, it was sent to me. Just let me get it open for you.
Okay. And I think I'd just like to start by saying that the budget that you have in front of you is the budget that appropriation that would meet our net school spending requirement. It's not, it's not above net school spending or below net school spending. The appropriation that's in front of you is just to meet that requirement. So I guess in typical fashion, I think since I've gotten here, I've tried to do a good job, not just showing the city council a number in salaries and a number in supplies, and instead really tell you the story about the budget development process and just provide some information that I think is really helpful for the city council to be aware of. So I'd like to just start with, we'll go through, I'll try to get through these as quick as possible. I know you guys have been at it for a few weeks now and many nights, so we'll try to get through these quickly. But as many of you know, I've been going through an entry plan process, and I'm on slide 3. And as part of that process, I've been listening to a bunch of community members. We've gotten feedback from over 1,500 people, and have taken that feedback, and I've been pretty adamant that I don't want to develop a strategy or a plan that's an Anthony Soto plan. I want to develop a plan that is inclusive of community input. So we have put together an advisory committee of about 40 people. We've met about 5 times over the course of the last couple of months. And we have a steering committee of about 12 people, which includes my direct reports and a school committee member and a couple of principals, and have been working on looking at the entry plan findings report and developing a plan forward, which includes a new vision and a mission. We looked at our one of the things we did in our first meetings is we read the Holyoke Public Schools vision and mission, and we asked all 40 members, is that who we are? Does that represent who we are? And 39 out of 40 people said no, that's not who we are anymore, and we really need to have a new North Star, new vision. So this is what the hard work of people in Holyoke has come up with. Our vision at Holyoke Public Schools is that HPS is a high-performing school system where students reach their full potential, where educators inspire, where families are our partners, and the community thrives. And our mission is through an equitable, high-quality education and trusting relationships, all Holyoke students develop the skills and access the opportunities to graduate high school ready for life, career, and college. This is all new. We plan on fully releasing the strategy. There'll be a partial draft at the school committee meeting on Monday, and then a more finalized version in August. As part of that, we also took a look at what our core beliefs are as a community in Holyoke Public Schools and landed on these. Students are at the center of everything we do. Every child can and will learn. School is a joyful place of discovery, support, and belonging. Students and staff hold high expectations of themselves and each other. Trusting relationships lead to successful partnerships, and our equity commitments are enacted in our daily work. Something that we had been working on for the last couple of years is our equity commitments, and we've worked with the group to refine those. I encourage you to read those as well, but we can skip over those for now. And skip over go to slide 8. So as I think the theme for this budget year is I know Councilor McGivern talked about level service. This is not necessarily a level service budget because we do have an influx of ESSER dollars, and the state has been implementing the Student Opportunity Act. So what we are real intentional about how we use ESSER funding is really to with sustainability in mind. So we want to make sure that when ESSER goes away, we're able to sustain a lot of the investments that we're making now. Because Student Opportunity Act is only in its second year of 6 years, we're being real intentional on how we use ESSER so that we don't have to wait to get to year 6 to have a staffing model that helps accelerate student learning as rapidly as we need it to happen. So these are like the key investments that we have been making using ESSER dollars with and many of it has already been absorbed with the increase in Student Opportunity Act. But we have increased the number of school counselors. We know that the pandemic has had an impact on our students, and counseling services are just needed now more than ever. We have created this year for the first time academic intervention teachers for the first time since 2015 or 16, whenever receivership started. We did not have academic intervention teachers, and we're expected to grow academically, and without these supports, these positions are critical in making sure that happens. We've also implemented a new expert teacher model. These are coaches, so that in addition to the academic intervention teachers supporting students, we have ELA and math coaches in every school supporting teachers and helping improve their practice. And we've increased the number of English language teachers. This one here, the establishment of the Dean of Management and Ops, we undertook a partnership with that was funded by the Barr Foundation to really develop our principals to be instructional leaders. It's a 3-year partnership. This was year 1, and we really want them to be focused on academics and student outcomes. So we've included these positions in the budget to take some of the operational work off of the principal and the day-to-day firefighting that principals tend to do. We've created these positions. This is one that I will admit, if ESSER money goes away and we do not have enough Student Opportunity Act funding to support this was probably one of the first positions that the others are core. We need them, and I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to sustain them with SOA. I'm not so sure about these Deans of Management and Ops. And that investment every year has been about, all of those positions total about $5.5 million. In terms of meeting other needs, we've also taken advantage of this one-time money to, I think this is one of the most difficult years. And I know that I'm a new superintendent, but I've talked to Dr. Dreig, I've talked to Dan Warwick, I've talked to veteran superintendents, and they've all told me, Anthony, this is the toughest year that I've ever had to do this work. And, dealing with the pandemic and all the issues that had come up with that, the staff going from remote to hybrid to in-person, it's just the staffing shortages. It's been incredible the impact that's had on staff. And one of the things that we have done is we're paying out $3.4 million in retention bonuses to staff. I'm sure you've heard about it. So staff that are signing letters of intent I think it's a retention strategy that we're employing and surrounding communities are as well. But we really we really value the staff that have stuck with us through this pandemic and continue to stay committed to Holyoke. As part of our budget process, we do have a very decentralized budget process. There's a large portion of the budget that is given to the principals in the form of just a dollar amount, and they're able to develop a spending plan that meets their needs. We've added about $6 million to those discretionary funds that the principals have, and then we've made some facilities improvements to the tune of about $7 million. So all of our schools will have new phone systems. I think it's not gonna happen all in one summer, but I would say by the end of next year we should have all new phone systems in our schools. We're upgrading our HVAC systems and making necessary security improvements to our entryways and obviously going to one-to-one devices. We've also made a significant investment in Dean and plan to invest about $800,000 into our shops. They have, there's equipment there that's as old as the building. And we really need to do better and make sure that our students are working with equipment that is more like what they're going to experience when they get out in the workforce. So with that, I'll kick it over to Mickey, who is going to talk about get into more details with the numbers.
We can go ahead to the next slide, and so. There we go. So the big story of the 23 budget, or the 2022-23 budget, is the big increase in revenue. So 8.3% increase overall, and by far the biggest impact there is the Student Opportunity Act in its second year, combined with several other assumptions that the state made in developing the budget, increased the net school spending amount by 7.8%, unprecedented amount in state history, and that's despite a decrease in enrollment. Oftentimes a slight decrease in enrollment can be a budget killer. So you can really see that impact of the Student Opportunity Act on our district budget. The other big increase in the revenue side is that reimbursement for charter tuition, more than doubled in the state estimates. Those come straight from the state. We are a little nervous about that there was some volatility in that during this past year, and so we're planning appropriately for that. And then transportation, we can go to the next slide for the transportation funds. The transportation funds for this next year are going down slightly. And we really thank the city council. Last year, Anthony came and said we would like to extend the contracts with our existing transportation providers for this year we're currently in and for this coming fiscal year. And we really think that gave us some certainty on rates that had we had to go out to bid right now during these pandemic years, it would have been difficult. Would have been very difficult.
Yeah, we would have likely seen over 20% increase in transportation costs. So I remember coming to you guys last year, telling you asking if we don't do this, we'd likely see a 20% increase in transportation. And thanks to you, we were able to really control the costs, and especially in a market where we're in right now. A lot of transportation companies lost money during the pandemic, and they were making up for it when they were going out to bid. So now we have an opportunity next year to really have enough time to advertise a bid and really have some good competition, as opposed to where we were in a position last year. It just would not have been a good decision. So thank you so much for that.
We can go on to the next slide. So we can hit there. That's fine. The Student Opportunity Act, you can see graphically here the enormous impact it's had. So the black bar and the gray box shows virtually flat budgets for. This is the net school spending, required net school spending amount set by the state for a very long time. And the Student Opportunity Act has literally bent the curve. And those two yellow projected years of 24 and 25 would be years 4 and 5 of the, or I'm sorry, 3 and 4 of the implementation phase-in period. And so fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27 would be the final years of the full implementation. So our longer-term projection shows the revenue growth continuing through FY27 under SOA. Very
And then,
state law doing what it was intended to do.
yeah, and then at that point, it would go up by whatever inflation is. So they recognize that we have been severely underfunded for the amount of students that we have that are economically disadvantaged and require more wraparound services. And what they're doing is just giving more funding to communities that have a demographic like ours, a student demographic like ours.
All right, we can head to the next one. I'll go fairly quickly through these. So the expenses, the highlight there is the first one. We're investing the increased revenue where it matters most, in the people who directly work with our students. The great majority of the increase is going into salaries. You can also see there at the bottom the charter tuition, which is given to us, is projected to go up by a healthy percentage as well. All right, we can go on. So too much on one slide to really understand it all, but this is the full, what we call the blueprint of our budget for the year. Includes the revenue in level of detail and the expenses in level of detail. I think we should go on to the next two slides, or the more readable. So this is the slide that shows the appropriation. So the net school appropriation increase from 94.6 million to 103.1 million represents that big increase in the from the Student Opportunity Act. And we can go to the next one, and here's the city budget, and you can see here the highlight about how we are investing in the salaries is where we're putting our money.
Yeah, and I just want to, like, I know that what you see in your book in total, I'm not sure how it appears in your book, but these assessments that you see are not in the personnel services and expenses. So our total and how we came up with the appropriation, which was the calculation on the previous slide, it includes those assessments, which I believe are at the bottom. It's a little confusing how it shows up in your book, but we think it's important to show those as school department expenses because it's so significant. I mean, we're talking, almost $13 million in charter assessments. So when we see we have a net school spending amount, but a lot of that money also ends up going towards items that are not listed in the school department's page. Want to move to budget assumptions?
Yeah, we can move to the budget assumptions, and these are we can move on to two more slides. There you go. So the big one there is that we're assuming that the state finishes its budget process in the same place that the state was at the time the House Ways and Means budget came out, when we developed our balanced budget. And all those other assumptions are standard assumptions that we use when we build our balanced budget. I don't think they'd be new to all those have been in place for every time we build a budget.
Yep.
So then if we go to the budget overview, this is something we've known for a long time, that the great majority of the state of the funding for the district comes from the state. Over 88% comes from state funding, from state aid, 11.7% from city taxes. And you can see there on the bottom that, if the average district in the state is 28% above the net school spending amount, and you can see what an enormous impact that has on some of those districts that are able to do that. All right, we can just go on. The next slide is a visual that kind of shows that division and that state dependency. Next slide kind of shows where we're at in that state versus local contribution. And then go to the next slide. So here there's a series of slides, and I'll just talk briefly about this overall one, and then we can flip through the other ones, and if counselors have questions, we can zoom in on them. But this, we divide the budget based on cost centers or by departments, how Superintendent Soto divides the leadership responsibilities within the school, and these are the major divisions of the budget.
Yeah, I want to add here, like, you see a large amount in pupil services. While that's like cut out for the pupil services department, like all of those services are direct services to students. So those, like, this entire circle is really in support of students. So you look at pupil services and even the transportation. That's not necessarily like money that's just sitting in central office. Yep. That's getting students to, that's the biggest part of that strategy, turnaround, enrollment, and transportation is the transportation budget and getting students to schools. And then you look at operations and technology. That's all technology that's out in schools. That's all of our custodians. So like, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, that basic division understates the percentage that's actually in schools. A lot of that pupil services money is directly for personnel or for tuition, supporting students directly in schools. So then I think if we just kind of glance through the next few slides, we have slides that break down. I think you just keep going slowly through so that counselors can see each of those departments and a further, more detailed breakdown within those. And so we have a kind of a visual followed by a chart with them. And if anybody would like the PDF copy of this, we can certainly provide it directly. You can just keep going. We've got, there's the chart for the school improvement and leadership, the academics program. Keep going. And there's the operations technology, and I think we just keep going through these slides slowly up until slide 36. All right, so here we'll just quickly touch on some of the big drivers of our budget. So the next slide, we'll talk about our salaries. So most of our budget is for personnel. And so our salaries drive a lot of our budget, and we are budgeting based on a higher average salary for this next year than in prior years. And so not only more positions, but we're projecting more average salary per the average position. The next slide shows, this is the average plan, average health plan cost, and the health insurance, as always, and you've talked about some of the other budgets, is a big driver of costs, sort of called our non-discretionary costs, that before we get to directly apply it to schools and students. And the next slide breaks out a little bit of detail about the charter school trends. The blue bar is the amount we pay in tuition through the tuition charter assessment, and the orange line shows the reimbursement funds coming back to us through the charter laws. And then the last slide in this section, or actually two more slides, this one shows the school choice trends. Same graphic. The big bars are the students choicing to other districts, and the blue are students choicing into Holyoke. And you can see increases in both. I think that families, the more years that go by with these laws on the books, more families are taking advantage of things like choice. And then the final slide here is a significant cost driver, and within that pupil services slice of the pie, this is included. So the out-of-district tuition costs for our very high-need students is certainly a big driver of our overall costs.
Yeah, and I think what we want to highlight here really is that this is still a flaw in the Chapter 70 formula that I don't think, like, Student Opportunity Act is not really going to address that. In the Chapter 70 formula, we only get about $1.8 million for out-of-district students, and then we get circuit breaker relief of about $2.7 million, but we're actually paying out $9.5 million in out-of-district costs. So that leaves us with $4.8 million in expenses that we're not really getting revenue for that group of students, and it forces us to, you know, balance the budget by cutting in other areas of the budget. So that's really what we were trying to highlight there.
And if we go on, we can wrap up with some reflections on, some final thoughts on how we built this budget.
Yep.
And some of our forward-looking thoughts.
Yeah, so I you know, I don't want to sound repetitive, but I think the story that we're portraying here is that we do have some one-time ESSER money that we have the ability to spend over the next 3 years, but we're being real strategic in how we spend it and making sure that the things that we deeply care about and think are going to have an impact on student learning, that we're able to absorb them when this ESSER money goes away. And those are more interventionists, they're more expert teachers / coaches, more counselors, and more ELL teachers. And those are all positions aligned to each school's individual needs. And you know, we're also taking this opportunity. We haven't really been able to invest much in any of our infrastructure. So we've been you know, trying to, like, improve our facilities as best we can with this ESSER money as well. I did want to, you know, show you, this is an actual picture of a budget hearing that we had. I believe this could be Ian White, but I just want to show you this is the level of thinking that our principals have gone through, and I'm really proud of them for that. There's some principals that really took the entry plan findings and what people thought we needed to prioritize, and they took that to heart and basically threw away whatever they did last year and whatever they did the year before, and we're really intentional about creating staffing designs aligned to meeting those priorities, which are, you know, improving early literacy and getting students to read by the 3rd grade, and then having this, like, team approach and inclusion. So what happens in Holyoke often is, you know, a student could be a student that has an IEP and is getting services and is getting pulled out of core classrooms for those services. And he could also be an English language learner getting pulled out. So those students that are dually identified are being pulled out of core instruction to get services. And what we really want to do is try to keep them with their peers as much as possible and provide the necessary supports in the classroom, so that you know, Johnny here, that's not your student because you're a special ed teacher, or your student because you're an ELL teacher. We want to create teams that have the necessary supports so that these are all of our students, and that's the culture that we want to create. We want to eliminate the work that's happening in silos with our special ed department, ELL department, and our academics team, and really, like, break down those barriers and just come together and do what's right for our students. And I'm really proud of our principals for coming up with these intentional staff designs. I think the last thing I want to say is this is financially looks very good, right? With Student Opportunity Act and with ESSER. But I got to tell you, I'm really scared. We just had a hiring fair where we normally get over 100 teachers. We had 8 teachers show up to the hiring fair. TNTP, who's one of our partners to help recruit staffing, they partnered with us, Springfield Public Schools, and the Springfield Empowerment Zone, and they put on a hiring fair in Springfield where they normally get, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of teachers. and 18 teachers showed up. So we have all these great plans, and we're able to give resources to the schools to design these plans, which includes additional staff. And I'm really concerned that the education job market is what it is right now, and there's so many people just leaving the industry in general. And we've experienced that this year, with the number of vacancies, and that's why our teachers were put under so much stress covering for other teachers, and like early signs say that next year could be the same thing. And I hope not. I hope that I can look back on this meeting and these words and say, you know what, things turned around. But early indicators are showing that we really need to be worried about our ability to attract talent and keep them. And I would say this is not just in Holyoke. This has happened all across the state, all across the nation, in fact. But I just wanted to share that with you because it is a concern of all of ours. And now we'll just open it up for questions.
All right, so first up is Counselor Jordan.
Hi, Anthony. Hey, Mickey. How are you today? Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the great presentation. We really appreciate it. And I should also say that I did ask for a 7-year analysis, and Mickey was good enough to send that over to us. I would encourage all the counselors to take a look at the summary report. Very helpful. Something that I just kind of tracked on my own previously, so I wanted to update my records on it. First question I had was on the final budget number that the city council's asked to support. Currently in our budget book, it says $103,462,885. Based on the conversation we've had here, based on the summary report, and based on your request, it looks like the number that we can reduce that to 103,126,645. Is that accurate?
So the 103, 126, 645 is the number that we calculated for the appropriation based on the required net school spending amount. That's correct.
Yeah, if I had to guess, Kevin, that the numbers reflected in the book were House Ways and Means numbers, and we've since updated it with I think the Senate Ways and Means, and maybe the treasurer just hasn't received those updates. But I'd love to we can share that information with the treasurer, and they can update it. We'll just give it to you in the right categories, but it should be 103, 126, right?
Yep, that is correct. Yep.
Okay, very good. So I'll make that change at when it comes to our budget votes. No problem. So a couple things I wanted to ask you is, and I don't know if I missed it or not in the deck, but was there an enrollment slide to talk about the trend line on overall enrollment?
I think overall enrollment, yeah, if we're talking about pre-pandemic, yeah, there's been a slide. We lost about 126 students during the pandemic, but I will say that the majority of those students are in pre-K and K. Those families tend to, we're talking younger kids, and I could understand that during the pandemic with COVID and families feeling a little unsure about whether or not they want their students to go to school that young. So yeah, we did experience an enrollment decrease of about 126 because of the pandemic.
So what's our projected total enrollment for FY23?
5,300 is the projected enrollment.
And it was 5,400 and change last year?
Let me go make sure I get the right, but it was 126 student decline, so that would be correct. It would be 5426 should be the.
We can get you
at least the number based
numbers.
on when the budget was That's the enrollment number for the budget development.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, the number changes constantly, in actuality.
I can get you the exact numbers, Jordan, and if you'd like, we already have like a 5-year trend on that information. I'd be happy to share that with the council as well.
Yeah.
We just take that
Right.
down in the notes.
One of the things that, and you're correct on the, obviously, you're correct on a great number of things, but one in particular, you're right to be concerned about the teachers' situation. They're under unprecedented difficulty. These people are truly amazing to do the work and the certifications that are required, the level of scrutiny that it is, and then you're under a constant microscope. It's just these people that are teachers that go into this very noble profession have amazing difficulties, and it's no wonder that people say, you know what, I could go make a lot more money doing something else. So it doesn't surprise me at all that there aren't people running into this profession, and it's something that I'm not sure it's, well, if we just paid 5,000 more or 10,000 more a year, that we would get this drove of people. It's really a calling, and I hope we're fostering that too. Like anytime a teacher screws up, it's headlines in the paper. I hope there's a number of things behind the scenes too, that we're promoting all the good teachers and making them feel valued, because that's what I read when I hear 8 teachers show up when we used to get 100 for a hiring drive. I hope we're putting resources on that and cultivating these amazing people who, at the end of the day, we can do all the other things, but at the end of the day, it's reading, writing, and arithmetic is what the Holyoke Public Schools are really all about, and making critical thinkers out of our children. And if we don't have teachers to do that, this community and this world is a lesser place. And I know you all know that, but are you putting more resources in things like what we can do to boost morale and to make teachers feel supported and all that comes with that?
Yeah, I think, in addition to the financial investments that we're making, the retention bonuses, we did for the first time ever, we did a staff wellness day where we recognized the incredible amount of stress that our staff were feeling at, I believe in October, and we just gave them the day off because, but I don't have a dollar amount in mind, Counselor Jourdain, but I truly appreciate you saying what you said, and we are developing. There isn't, as part of our strategic plan, there's an entire strategy initiative around doing just that, designing a plan that's going to get at the wellness of our staff and our teachers. We often hear about plans for student trauma and plans for social emotional learning for our students. You'll see a lot of that too, but we were very intentional in creating an initiative and a strategy that then has to come with plans. How are we going to address the wellness of our staff? We talk about, that there's many ways to do that. We're early on in the stages. Right now, we've identified that as a strategy, and we're working on building plans around that. We have resources to be able to do, to be able to fund whatever it is that we come up with. I know we have an employee assistance program for our staff. We want to make sure we promote that for them. We have, as part of that process, they get, gym memberships in certain networks, but we got to do more around getting together outside of school. I can't imagine, I can't tell you enough what that has done for some of the relationships that we've had. We're it's all business when we're doing school, but we got to create affinity groups and focus groups and opportunities for staff to just get together and network. not just with people in their school, but people across the city. So I don't know what those plans are going to look like, but we plan to have plans in place for that before the start of the school year for next year.
One of the things, Councilor Chin, I would also add is that, my 25 years of leading schools, one of the greatest of many great traits about teachers is that what they care about most is being effective, helping the students learn. And so all of the strategic plans in Superintendent Soto's planning process should hit that. And ultimately what teachers care about is, are they moving the students forward? And that's what's at their heart. So we're very much hoping that the interventionists, the increased counselors to help students, the increased resources being pushed into salaries and positions to help students learn, that inherently that's at the heart of everything, that allows teachers to feel like, yes, this is a profession that I want to stay in.
Yeah, and they feel valued, that's that, and they feel supported. I wanted to ask you, as we take a survey of the threats to the department, I'm concerned about, I understand one of our local charter schools is about to, or is in the process of building a new high school. Do you know when that's supposed to come online, and what does that mean for future enrollment?
I don't know when that's going to come online. I'm going to have to do some research on that, but
yeah, you're aware that they're building a high school, right, up on Northampton Street?
Yeah, I've heard that. I just don't know like how many students they're able to target or take. I do know that we've grown the, Dean when I first got here only had like 158 students or 83 students, and that school has really turned it around. We're up to almost 400 students now, which is drawing from Holyoke High North, but that is something that we need to look into for sure.
Yeah, because that could be a fiscal problem, right? Because we know that this whole charter school equation is it's a real drain on the budget, as you well know.
Yep.
I'm just going to, once again, it's another year. I'm just going to mention it again. The school department now. You weren't the only department, but apparently you are now still the only department that doesn't pay all the employees at least minimum wage. I'll mention that again. You might want to take a look at that as we're looking at how we need to make sure that we're treating everybody at least as good as a McDonald's worker at the Holyoke Public Schools. So something for you to consider in your analysis. When you talk about revenue, I also wanted to mention to you about grants. Is grants included, or is this, I see you have Chapter 70 money here. You obviously have our contribution, which comes up to the 101.6 million. What additional monies do you receive in grant funding?
Grants is not included in this number. I would say that on average, we average around 21 to 25 million dollars in grants. That could be IDEA for students with disabilities. It's our Title I grant. I'm just naming a few big ones. The ESSER funding itself is not a part of that average 21 million that we get. But I would say that without ESSER, it's anywhere between 21 and 24 million.
So if I was sitting at home, as I am, and I had a calculator and I said, we're spending nearly $130 million to educate 5,300 people, that's a pretty high, I'm going to get my calculator out here if I can do it, but
Counselor, I wouldn't say 5,300 because that total number, you got to include all of those students that are in charter schools and out of district schools. So I think when we look at foundation enrollment,
6,000.
what is it?
It's 6,033 is the foundation enrollment.
Yeah, foundation enrollment is 6,033, which includes all of those other students. So you could do that math with the 130 million or so divided by the 6,033 students.
So let's say that comes out to, roughly 23,000 a student. Do you have a chart by school district, like what Holyoke is spending per student versus maybe even just other gateway communities and how we rank versus a Lawrence, a Springfield, a Fall River? I mean, you can't compare us to a Long Meadow or some suburban community which has a totally different need, but other gateway communities, do you have a chart like that?
Yeah, we do. It's in our budget document, which we actually just sent to print today. It's going to be made available for public viewing, and there'll be a public hearing on June 16th. Every single counselor is going to get a copy of that, but we do have a chart in our.
And
do you have the budget document open?
I do.
It's in the
now
executive summary.
I would say this though, that those impacts are going to be the same on our budget as it will be on those other gateway city budgets from the Student Opportunity Act and the grant revenue in ESSER.
What's the number though? We got I think it's 17,000. It's in the executive summary.
Yeah, I think it's 6.
I would say, Councilor Jordan, we are slightly over the state average, but a significant amount of our funding goes to a small portion of our students, right? So that slide that I showed you, where you saw $9.5 million is going towards out of district, that's probably 115 students. Those other communities, when you look at their averages, they're not spending $9.5 million on 115 students. So it's tricky. We did look at it. We're slightly above the average. I could get you the number. It's in our budget book.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could send that along to us with the enrollment chart, that would be interesting to read. I guess what I want to say is it seems like $130 million is a lot of money. It just seems that way. I could be wrong, but are we getting a good bang for the buck? And are we being as good a fiscal steward as, and you guys are anybody knows it's going to be the two of you. Do you feel as you look at it versus a Lawrence, a Springfield, a Fall River, a New Bedford, any of those, a Lynn, are we being as good and squeezing out as much education out of a dollar as these communities are? And are we being good stewards of the people's money?
Absolutely. I can't tell you. I mean, I've worked in Springfield for 10 years, so a lot of the things that Springfield has been doing, we're now being able to implement because we have Student Opportunity Act. I think that Holyoke is unique, and I don't think that we have been with this K-8 model. I think that when we went after the middle school, that was the attempt to do exactly what you're talking about. We can't have all these smaller schools spread out across the cities with 2 teachers per grade. It's not an effective model. K-8s work when you have large grade spans, right? When you have 4 or 5 teachers per grade, and but that's not what Holyoke had for so many years. And we are working on a process to redistrict and rezone so that we can get larger grade spans, so that we can have be more fiscally responsible than what we're already experiencing. But until this Student Opportunity Act money came in, we were doing the best we could given the portfolio that we had. I think the proposal to build the new middle schools was going to really change that, despite Student Opportunity Act. But now that we have Student Opportunity Act, we're able to afford things like coaches. We're able to afford things like academic intervention teachers. Those were things that Springfield already had in their budget, and they've had it probably for the last, 10 years, 15 years. We didn't. We didn't have the resources to be able to support it. And now we're starting to see that we have the resources, and then unfortunately the job market is what it is.
And if I could just add, I think it makes sense in a lot of ways to compare how Holyoke spends money into schools compared to places like Springfield, Lawrence, Fall River. But I do think that the very existence of the Student Opportunity Act shows how that is not adequate in and of itself to compare. Our funding levels at the K-8s were really tight and to the point where getting music and art teachers was difficult to fit into the budget. I don't think most of us in America think that it should be difficult to get elementary students art and music instruction, but that was really, really tight. Now, the big driver of that was this massive gap between the have communities and the have not communities. But then we also have some structural expenses within Holyoke that make it harder to get those discretionary dollars to schools. I think the key thing for all of us who are guiding the district and the city's finances are to make sure that we take advantage of this Student Opportunity Act funding to get the money in the right places to really change. And I loved how you talked about the teachers and their feeling appreciated. Get the teachers into the positions where they can be the absolute most effective teachers they can be, and get them the supports, the other positions that are helpful to make that happen. It's going to be a really big next 5 years during this revenue growth phase for us to get it right. And I think if you look back, the money that we spent at the high schools over the last 5 years has had really appreciable change. The graduation rate and the dropout rate are truly significant numbers in terms of indicating the impact that we have on children and families' lives. And those numbers have changed dramatically. And I do think that, in part, that was smart spending, getting money into the right places to make a difference. Now we have to make sure that we take this increase over these next several years with Student Opportunity Act and spend the money in the right places.
And Counselor, I have an answer to your question. I found so on average, Holyoke spends $16,596 on our in-district students, while the state average is about $14,782.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I'd be interested to take a look at that chart. I did have one last question, and again, once I get all these reports, I'm going to want to probably meet with Mickey and maybe yourself, Anthony, and have a cup of coffee and kind of run through some of these numbers just to bring
We'd be happy to do
myself
that.
up to speed. I have been away for a few years, so I want to be at that high level of detail. But can you also break down for me the 11, 842, 864, the minimum required contribution? You don't need to do that tonight, but I would be interested to know precisely how that number is calculated. If you could shoot me an email or something, how you arrive precisely. What is the formula? I'd like to know how the sausage is made on how that number is calculated.
Yeah, that number is given to us by the state. I can certainly send you information. They take your property values, your median income. They take and they calculate. They first calculate what the foundation budget is. They look at the number of students in your student demographic, and they say this is the foundation budget that you have to meet. And then they go through a process of taking income, like average wages, property values, and determine that this is what the city could afford. And that's how they come up with that number. Like the exact calculation, I've never.
That might be coffee, a donut, and some scrambled eggs, and we can go through that.
Yes.
That building of the foundation budget there's a lot of numbers underneath that, Councilor Jordan. That we could definitely go through, and having a big TV and looking at it together would definitely be possible.
Yeah, that would be appreciated, and because I saw that Lawrence and Springfield, relatively speaking, pay in a lot less than we do, and I'm interested to see what's going on there that they pay less local contribution than we do, like what's going on in those communities versus ours. So I really would like to learn more about that, and I'll follow up with you and appreciate whatever insights you can give me. So again, thank you for your work and your thoughtful presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Councilor McGivern?
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentlemen, thank you, as always, for the transparency and the detailed report at these hearings. Mickey, I would take you up on your offer of that PDF. I think maybe even just get it to our administrative assistant. I think all city councilors probably want a copy of it. Every copy of this format since this started 5 years ago, Anthony?
Yeah.
I think so. I kept my copies, and I enjoy it.
We have a budget book for each and every one of you. It's about 127 pages long. So,
remember 1991, the budget book was a lot bigger than that, and I understand your format a lot better than 1991, but that's okay. A couple thoughts, and then some kind of questions. Congratulations on the mission statement. Looking at it, and your advisory committee and teachers and everybody that was participating in that. And obviously, I think it always has been the student is what the mission is about. Yep. I've said it for many years, and I think I heard it tonight, is you can't be about the students if you're not about the teachers. Yep. And it goes hand in hand. And I'm going to make one editorial comment, and I'll be nice, kind of, but I have to say it because I've always been about the teachers, is we have a long list of veteran teachers that are no longer with us. During receivership, some of them, they're teachers in other communities. During receivership, some of them were forced out of Holyoke. Others chose to leave Holyoke. Those veteran teachers right now would fill the gap of what you're looking to in terms of those vacancies if we still had them with us. And that's my editorial comment. I'm not, I'm speaking to the choir. I understand. We have a Holyoker in the position of superintendent receiver, and that's what, what I'm saying. And I've said it, I've always said it, and I will continue to say it. But Anthony, you've and I think you said this last year and during, or maybe during the course of this year, and I agree with you because it can be a problem down the road. The ESSER monies will dry up. I was hoping you were going to say 5 years, but 3 years is the projection. How the ESSER monies that are used for salaries, how do you plan to replace them without a major unemployment and unemployment compensation nightmare?
Yeah, we're not spending all of it on salaries. The key positions that we invested in were counselors, interventionists, coaches, and additional ELL positions. We fully intend on keeping the staff that we have because, remember, Student Opportunity Act, which is our general fund, is growing, yep. and we're being strategic, and so that once ESSER money goes away, we can absorb these positions. But a significant portion of that funding is not going towards positions. There's some legislation going on at the state that I wish would pass a lot sooner that would allow us to stretch those dollars out even further through setting up like some sort of stabilization fund and allowing us to not meet net school spending by a certain amount and sock it away, which would really allow us to stretch the dollars even more. But I haven't seen enough movement to feel comfortable that we don't need to start spending this money a lot quicker. What it's going to come down to, if that doesn't work out, we're going to have to do more like one-time expenses because more bodies hasn't been the answer. Even this year, we've had 40 vacancies all year that we haven't been able to fill. I got 2 psychologists that we haven't been able to fill all year. So this money that we have in ESSER is not like, it's not going to go towards just positions. It's going to go towards also improving our buildings. As you know, we are looking to get a new middle school, but we still got to take care of the buildings that we have and make them. The mayor and I have been doing all these lockdown drills and safety drills, and he's always on me about, like, Anthony, like, we could do better, make this school look a lot better than what it is, the lighting or the paint, and some of that money is going to go towards that and go towards things that have been neglected, like the front of our building. A lot of our schools is not appealing, like you walk in front of Lawrence School, you see the sidewalks all caved up, caved in, the retaining walls falling down. We gotta start taking care of that. And unfortunately, we got to get approval for every project that we do with ESSER money, but we are looking at those things and taking the opportunities to.
Yeah, and the good news is we've gotten approval for all of the major projects that we've submitted so far. So our team, the operations team, we have the fantastic grant manager that have gotten approval for all of those.
What was it, $9 million?
$9 million.
Yeah.
Well, that counts the dean money,
Yeah.
but there'll be more that we're aiming for. And I would just also add, like, Councilor, your question is exactly right. Like, how are we preparing for FY25? Almost all the conversations that Anthony and I have are about not just FY23, but FY25 when ESSER is done. And all of the decisions we're making are built around how do we maintain the investments that we're making without a cliff coming when the ESSER money goes away. And some of it is going to be based on predictions with assumptions staying true, that the state's going to continue to fund SOA, and that the state economy is going to be good. If that goes south, it'd be difficult. But we're also making some very strategic decisions on making sure that some other funding sources can be there to help cushion 25. And we expect then that SOA, assuming it's funding, would continue to lift net school spending for 26 and 27. So we've got some bridge years there that we have to work on.
And I'll say, like, our staffing is not unreasonable. Like, this is a staffing model that Holyoke is due. We've been due. We're not, like, going out and trying to, have class sizes of 10 students. Like, we've maintained our class sizes. We're just investing in things that Holyoke should have had a long time ago. The fact that we didn't have any intervention teachers is, like, it just blows my mind. The fact that we want to improve teacher practice and we have such high turnover and new teachers every year, and we don't have coaching in every school, that blows my mind. Like, we need coaches to help develop our teachers, and we need academic intervention teachers, and our students need more counselors. These are all things that are needed, and we're going to sustain them. We don't plan on cutting.
You know how Anthony talked about that intentional staffing design that the principals did. Those budget meetings were exciting for 2 reasons. One, they were made possible because we had funding to do something beyond the basics for the first time in their experiences. And 2, those budget meetings then they started not with numbers and spreadsheets. They started with principals presenting, talking about teachers and kids and how they were going to set things up to get the maximum benefit of the teacher and student time together, which sometimes you get pushed away from as a principal when you're just dealing with the basics. And so that's why I think that these next 5 years are going to be really crucial for us, that we use this increased revenue smartly. I do think that the very collaborative design process of the budget, it's the right kind of way to build a budget. I appreciated it when I was a principal here, and I think it was the right way to go. So getting principal voice, which inherently gets the teacher's voice into it, is the right way to go.
Absolutely. And believe me, when I asked or talked about this evening, I kind of understood what your approach has been and appreciate the approach. But wanted everybody to hear it, not
Yes,
just,
thank you.
everybody that's listening to us this evening, and we'll see these videos in years to come, or months to come, I guess. I think it was 2 years ago, Anthony, maybe close to 3, I sat in your office, and we'll never forget what Jackie Glasheen said. And this is kind of pre what ESSER was going to become and pre what all this influx of money was going to be. And with the money has made a lot of those visions possible. And that's important, incredibly important towards providing to achieving the mission goal of the public schools. And obviously, it's money's only part of it. Good people and good visionaries are the big part of it. Mickey, you said some interesting things while you were going through the slideshow here. And when you go to the Student Opportunity Act, I cried, when they finally passed it down in Boston, and said they're starting to understand,
Right.
and they are. It's a far cry from what we were a half a dozen years ago. And it's so important. There still are some gaps, but I think you have a handle on them and understand them. Just noting, I believe it was Holyoke is 83% funded by state dollars.
88.
88%. Okay. Well, my glasses aren't as good on this peripheral vision view over here, so a 3 looks like an 8 to me, or an 8 looks like a 3 to me. But I've said this for many years, and it's justifying what I hope will eventually be the Student Opportunity Act's true mission to bridge the gap. Is Holyoke has the lowest income per capita in the Commonwealth, of a population of less than 40,000. Springfield and Lawrence are next, with populations 5 times ours. And there's the difference, I think, in not just what we spend per student, but the availability of dollars, of how the Student Opportunity Act is going to bridge it. But they still got to take a look at Holyoke a little bit different, because we did not create poverty. We service poverty. And it's not just in the schools that we see impacts. We see it throughout the mayor's budget. We see impacts of what we have to do in public safety, and what we have to do in recreation, and what we have to do in all the services that we provide. And when it comes to funding poverty, the people who live, and Mickey, I think you said the haves and have-nots, and I get that, what you're saying, but the people who live in Holyoke that pay property tax are not the sole responsibility providers of revenue for people who live in poverty. This entire state, you can't just cross the river into Ward 8. Did I say that out loud?
Ward 8.
Cross the river into Ward 8, South Hadley,
Ward 8.
and say, goodbye, Holyoke. We have no responsibility to your needs. Goodbye, poverty. We're leaving you. That's not the way it should work. The entire Commonwealth, we are all responsible for what we do and paying for what we do. And I think the Student Opportunity Act recognizes that, in terms of really looking at Chapter 70, really looking at the formula, and starting to change those gaps. And we're going in the right direction. Some of your slides show that there's still some
gaps. But you're
improvement that needs to be done.
And here's a perspective on that. The Student Opportunity Act this year is increasing net school spending by $7 million. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But the other data point that we put in there is that the average district in the state funds at almost 29% above net school spending. So based on our size, that would be $29 million more dollars for the average district. So Student Opportunity Act is getting us there, but 30 years in public policy, most of it focused on communities that are not well funded. America has not yet decided to fund places like Holyoke to the level that students deserve. We're getting there. It's a movement in the right direction, but we have to be really, really smart with how we're spending that $7 million extra dollars and the other millions that should come over the next 4 years. But it's still going to be tighter than in any average district across the state. There's no question.
No, and then you took the words exactly where I was headed, Mickey, is net school spending, it has an impact on it. And that's okay. And I understand what you're saying, But the average community doesn't have the average capital.
Oh, absolutely,
Holyoke
absolutely.
has.
So, yeah,
And-
I'm not. I mean, I think that that list of districts that is funded at net school spending, that's funded net school spending for nothing. That's where it's at. But that the gap between an average district and a district like Holyoke is still very large, even with SOA, and even after SOA gets fully implemented. It will not put us on equal footing, and I've known that as a principle across many states and many districts of different kinds. The funding gaps are enormous between high-income communities and lower-income communities. Really, much bigger than the Student Opportunity Act can bridge.
It's a big difference. But thank you. Keep up the good work, and we appreciate what you shared with us this evening. And you certainly have my support in terms of what we're trying to do in the public schools, and whenever possible, dollars. But more important, the morale support and the whole vision itself is what we're about, because we're not going to become a better community if we don't graduate our students, find them the jobs, keep them here in Holyoke, and change those numbers to where, we break the poverty cycle, not feed it. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Rivera.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you guys for being here. Sorry I'm late. I was going over the presentation that you guys had, the slides and all that. I guess I have a couple questions. How many kids graduated this past weekend?
We had 250 graduates at the North Campus and 76 graduates at the Dean Campus. It was amazing.
That was amazing. That was a good job, good speeches on all of you guys.
Congrats to your daughter as well.
Yeah, it was a great experience for my daughter, and congrats to Counselor Jourdain's daughter as well. It was a great experience for the kids too as well. I guess my questions around spending with special education and autistic programming, right? How many schools service autistic program or have autistic or special education like specific programs?
So there are the substantially separate programs that are heavily focused on students with autism, but students with autism are not necessarily all in those programs.
The school that has our substantially separate program in the K-8 is Donahue School.
Oh, okay.
Right
So
now.
I guess my question around some of the funding or the ESSER funding that could be possibly invested in different ways in the future is to see how we could possibly spread or could try to grow the program into different schools, if that's possible. Just because I remember from my experience in the past working at the schools, there are parents that were comfortable at certain schools like Kelly, Morgan, McMahon, or whatnot. And when all of a sudden they had to switch one child when they had 2 or 3 children to a different school, and it kind of made it difficult for them with regards to experiences and having to transport their kids to 2 different schools. And in a sense, for me, it's like, if you're in the flats and you're comfortable at Kelly School, and then all of a sudden you have to bus one kid to Donahue School, but the other kid is at Kelly still, that kind of becomes an issue. If it was my mom, because she didn't have a car when I was a kid growing up, we took the bus everywhere. So like, overall, to me, it's like, in a sense, it would be cool to try to see if we could try to invest more, or, if that's part of the plan, that's great. I missed the presentation, and maybe in the presentation that was there, maybe it wasn't just something that I kind of noticed.
It wasn't there. It wasn't there, but I can tell you that as part of the redistricting and rezoning, that's the type of things that we're looking at, and we're getting input from the community. As you know, we partnered with One Holyoke, Nairobi and with Nueva Esperanza to help really get the word out and to help get feedback from the community on what they want to see in this rezoning and redistricting. What I'd like to see is that our autism program is not just at Donahue, but at least another school. I don't see it living in every single school because the staff go through a level of training to be able to operate a program like that safely, and it requires a certain level of support. And if you're just spreading it out across the city, you're not really providing the right supports for our kids. So I'd love to see it where there's a program, it's not just in one school, it's at a couple of schools, and that there's a feeder from the elementary school to the middle schools, right? Right now, it's just at Donahue, and then when it goes to the middle school, it goes to STEM, but we need to have it so that there's 2 elementary schools feeding into both of our middle schools, and that the autism program lives in both of the middle schools and 2 elementary schools.
All right. And then I guess for me, that was pretty much it. There are other questions, but those are other questions that I could just sit down and have a meeting with you guys and ask offline. But yeah, thank you for that.
Welcome.
Anytime.
Councilor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the presentation tonight. And Mickey, first time I'm meeting you, I think.
Yes.
You said you've been a principal here for a while, or
Yeah,
schools?
This is year 6. Yeah, year 6. Yeah,
Year 6?
Been the high schools for the previous 5 years. Yeah.
Oh, great. And you're fairly new on the budget?
I have been a budget geek my entire life.
Oh, okay.
So,
But I mean with the schools.
Yes, now I took Anthony's old chair.
Took his old, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's great. And it was a really great presentation. And you know, what stood out to me is some of those charts is, you know, what we're working for as the students and the best of the students, and you supporting the teachers the best you can and trying to keep the teachers. You said the retainment, I think that's a big investment, and trying to get new teachers in, which is always an easy thing. One of the things I noticed was the parent involvement or family engagement. Are you still big on that? Because I think with our students, you know, having that, you know, support, you know, through family engagement or parent involvement is something that, you know, creates better students, and is, you know, what type of funding you have for that out of that money, or is there any?
Yeah, we've expanded to make sure that every single school has a family access and engagement coordinator. There were some schools that were sharing them, but we're so committed to, you know, the theme of this strategic plan is together we can. This was a plan that was developed by Holyoke for Holyoke. It wasn't a plan developed by me. This was a plan that we created collaboratively, and I really appreciate that about it. But that it's all about, like, together we can, and without the partnership of our families, I'm not going to say that it can't be done, but we strongly believe that we need our family to be partners in this work. And you know, I know that some students might not have that luxury, and we need to reach over and provide a little more support. But we want to do it together with our community.
Yeah, that's important, and I know that chart that really impressed me, to see that what they were doing in the schools, that little chart of people just working together, and how, you know, you got to take care of the students. You know, how can we do that? How can we better, you know, educate them and be one-on-one, especially at the early grades from kindergarten, you know, first grade, second grade, because, you know, we want to see that improvement. We want to see these numbers. We want to see where people actually want to come to Holyoke Public Schools, but they want to see something, you know, some action where there's improvement in the grades, there's improvement in the graduation rates, and there's improvement in the teachers, you know, and that's what it's all about, because you know, we have a beautiful community here, but we want the best for our students, and we want to get them here. And I know a lot of students leave. We got some students coming in, but there is a lot of students that leave the area, right, for, you know, school choice, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, Councilor Jourdain hit it on the head. Like, we need to do a better job promoting all the good things that are happening. I mean, I think about my buddy Pat Sweeney over at the high school, who couldn't understand why his parents were suggesting that he not go to Holyoke schools, and you know, they were trying to convince him, like, nope, we don't want you there. But he ultimately toured the school, and he said, Anthony, I I don't know why my parents were trying to convince me not to. Like, I love this school. I love the education that I'm getting. And that's the experience that a lot of kids are getting, but you don't hear about that.
Yeah.
You hear, I think that we as a community really need to do a better job talking about positive things that are happening in Holyoke and happening in our schools. We tend to focus, and I'm talking about across the board. I hear it from families, I hear it from politicians, I hear it from everybody. Like, there's just this repair that we have to do in terms of how we talk about Holyoke. Because when I walk through our schools, I see a lot of really positive things, and it's not the narrative that's going around. You know, you tend to only hear the bad, and that has to be a strategy of all of ours. Right. You know, I'm welcome all of you to partner with me in that, and just making sure we're you know, when we're communicating and when we see positive things that we're promoting them.
Absolutely. Thank you both for the work you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilor Bacon?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank Mr. Soto for coming in and giving a very detailed budget presentation. Councilor Jourdain did a lot of the heavy lifting on the questions, so I'll only just make a couple of comments. That I appreciate the look at the net school spending question, and I appreciate the extra attention relative to recruiting and retention of teachers, and in particular to improve the outcomes for our youngest students in the areas of the basics of the academics. And so I'm very happy to hear a high degree of attention to those things, which I think will make a core difference to people and families looking at our schools and wanting their children to stay in our schools. I think if they get a good start, then people will stick with the public schools. So I wish for great success for all. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you.
Anyone further? Seeing no one, thank you both for coming down tonight. And it'll be June 13th that we'll be doing the budget.
Thank you, and sorry to DPW for having to sit through that. I don't know if you guys heard, Jourdain's actually a really good rebounder. Played the basketball game really. I couldn't believe it.
That's said like somebody who thinks he's a scorer, is my guess.
Anthony, when Kevin first joined the city council, we played Chicopee in a game of basketball, and we went over there for our first game, and Chicopee looked up and said, Where did you find Kevin Jourdain?
Yeah.
All right, and they referred to him as Big Country.
Yeah. Oh, he was not playing around. I think he blocked an 11-year-old. Threw it though.
No mercy.
Boom! Get out of here.
No mercy. Teaching them young.
No mercy, right?
Izzy was scoring left and right, though. I'll tell you, he was our MVP on our team. So, and let the record reflect, the leaders beat the future wannabe leaders. So
all right. Have a good night.
Got that.
Thanks, Anthony. Thanks. Thanks, Mickey.
All right. How are you? Good evening. I know we're at the end here, so we'll turn it over to you. Any updates, and then we'll try and get through this as fast as possible.
Updates? Anything you?
This is my first time.
Okay.
I don't really know.
No, all right. So when you submitted the budget, sat with the mayor, and did everything, since then till now, is there anything that we should know about, or anything that you think is important as looking at the budget the way it is?
Not really. I mean, the stuff that I've been kind of hearing is you guys were questioning union negotiations. None of the potential increases were factored into what I requested. I believe what the mayor proposed. That'll be part of the supplement.
Right, and I just wanted to clarify too, thank you, Amy. In this budget, the mayor's proposed budget, when we were talking about the contractual conversation we have, the only thing reflected currently in this mayor's proposed budget, as far as union contracts are concerned, are the PSA contracts. Just wanted to let you know that the DPW laborers and everyone else I talked about, those were going to be supplemental, so it's not in there. But just wanted to clarify that.
My budgets are pretty, I would say, are pretty cut and dry. There's a lot of salary, personnel services in here, personnel services. My biggest increase, I don't know if you want to go department by department on these, how you want to do this. The one that has the largest request on my end, I apologize, is, now I can't find it, is the city properties. Sorry, it's page 30. So that one has the largest percentage request increase because the repair and maintenance to every building is in here. And with the procurement officer really going strong this year with prevailing wages, I did a larger request in that area. Most of my R&M lines are where my biggest requests are because of that.
All right, so let's turn over to questions. Questions for? And Councilor Jordan.
Just give me 1 second, Mr. President, just sort of gather.
I mean, however you want to do it. I mean, since we're getting towards the later part of the evening, I mean, if it's easier just to get to specific questions for.
Yeah. I guess I'm going to start with the Parks Department on page 43, if that's okay.
All right, so 43.
42.
Not 43. Page 43?
42.
42.
Oh, I'm sorry, 42, excuse me, you're right. Let's see here, just comparing a couple things. I see that water and sewer is requested at 45,000. Is there a reason you came up with that number? This year, we're only on pace to spend about 20 to 25. Can you give me an explanation on why 45?
Well, we were requesting to add some lines in here, and I'm not sure if that was possibly incorporated into that, because now we have Pouliot Pool, which would definitely fall under the water and sewer.
Okay.
Councilor,
You didn't have Pouliot Pool this past fiscal year?
We did not.
what was
This
requested?
is the first year the pool's been open?
Second here, but.
Second year.
It was open last summer, but just about everything that happened was in this fiscal year. I did not do the budget last year. The chemicals and everything to that extent were part of the initial contract, as far as I recall. And we do have a lot of water and sewer bills that are outstanding right now.
Through June 6th, you've only spent in the low 20s for fiscal year 22. That would include last year's summer bills for summer of 21. And now you're requesting 45 for this year. So it appears to have doubled.
I guess this might be something that I would have to say I'll get back to you on. I guess I wasn't really anticipating a water and sewer question in the Parks Department.
What they requested, Councilor, was 60, and I cut it down to the 45. But Amy, it'd be helpful.
No, Yeah, I appreciate that, but,
Yeah.
I'm looking at what they're actually spending.
No, yeah, no, that's good. And Amy, what would be helpful probably is if we created like a water and sewer chart per building that just kind of reflects.
Our payables clerk has that.
Okay, all right.
Can you tell me about park maintenance men? This prior fiscal 21, 157,000 was spent. Fiscal 22 was budgeted at 205. It's now requested to be 326,000. Can you please explain? That seems like over a 50% increase.
Right now, we're budgeted for 5 park maintenance men. We're hoping to increase it to 8.
How many are filled currently?
All 5 positions.
Okay.
One of them was just filled in March, another one in January. So that's where the difference in what was spent as opposed to what was budgeted.
Can you tell me why you need 8?
This was a conversation that I had with the mayor, and the Parks Department, you may recall, used to be much larger than 5 maintenance men and 1 craftsman. We really need, I feel as though, as well as the mayor, we really need to get the Parks Department back to a strong staff with a higher number.
Mayor,
have a
you
lot
want
of-
to weigh in on that, or?
Yeah, I think at the finance committee, we talked a little bit about this in the DPW budget. Actually, I think you were there, Counselor. You and I were both talking about it.
Right.
We increased the manpower in the parks division so that we can adequately keep up and maintain our public parks. Was the intent here?
Okay. Do you think it's really to the point where we need 3 jobs? You think, like, how did you arrive at that number?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I
You
just
were
think we
around
looked
longer
at
than me. Go
the condition at the end of last summer, after we had some retirements and some people leave, we have newer staff members. So to have some of the seasoned staff members that retired or moved on, we need to start from scratch. So with a couple of new people. So it kind of showed us that we need more staff members.
And I think also 8 was what the DPW had when the Parks Division was at its peak, if I'm not mistaken. And so when I first had this conversation with the department, my question was, how much are we going to need to adequately maintain all our parks, where every single day they're being maintained, they're being cleaned, so that at any time during the week someone visit our parks, it'll always be a positive reflection. The 8 was the number shared, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, having a conversation with Tuwig, that was the number our division used to be when, back in time, years back, when the department was operating at its peak. So we ran with the 8.
You feel we can afford it? That many?
What was the question?
Can we?
If I feel we can afford it?
Yeah.
I don't think I would have proposed it if we couldn't. I don't understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can afford it, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
Can I follow up on this?
Sure. Councilor Mayor has
sure.
a follow-up to it.
Yep.
Thank you. And I appreciate the late hour, and I understand. We'll do this as quick as possible. And Mayor and Amy, I mean, what you're talking about is the Parks Department that used to be part of the parks.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, that's a number that I vaguely remember, but it makes sense in terms of what the goal is to, and we need it, our parks to be maintained seasonally. one of the reasons that we were sold on the DPW absorbing the parksmen was to cross-train these positions and that they would do other work within the DPW when the seasonal work wasn't happening within the parks, which is, the months when all parks are open. I mean, there's 12 months of work, but the bulk of the work for the parks is in the summer months, spring, summer months as you go into it. Winter changes, they're open for different things, but the need for these positions changes when the winter comes, when the winter months, fall months come around. So I guess my question is, are these positions going to be 12-month positions, or are they going to be cross-trained to do other stuff within the DPW?
So within our parks department, the maintenance men as well as the HMEOs, which are our CDL drivers, they do plow throughout the winter. Not just the parks or snow blow the parks sidewalks. They have their routine, but then every single one of them plows for the city as well. They do take part in that. We have 2 designated staff members for Mackenzie Field for the Valley Blue Sox games, as well as the Elms, anything the Elms does there. So that's 2. Part of me feels like too, if we were able to bring the staff back to where it should be, the overtime wouldn't be as necessary. Relying on contracted services wouldn't be as necessary. I mean, this is year 1, so we requested contracted services, to increase slightly because, the way staffing goes, we don't really know how it's going to look.
Amy, did you say the Elms College?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
They practice at
they rent Mackenzie Field?
I'm sorry?
They rent Mackenzie
yeah.
Field?
Yep.
Okay, because we've voted on a contract for the Blue Sox, but I don't believe we've ever voted on a contract for the Elms. And I got to be careful here because I have 2 very people close to me that are graduates of the Elms, and I'm not against it, but anything that's rented, the contracts need to come to the city council.
I would have to revisit it with Maureen, exactly where they play, but I know it's in the high school campus, and I thought it was Mackenzie Field.
No, I understand, and whether it's Roberts Field, Mackenzie Field, or any field, when you rent it out, it's a good thing, as long as Holyoke high students and Holyoke children come first. Mm-hmm. It's not a bad thing. It brings in revenue, if it's a good contract. I have no problem with the amount of parks people, as long as, and I think you just answered my question, Amy, is that they are available for other DPW work and are cross-trained, and that, contractually all of a sudden become parks only, because that was the big purpose of allowing this. I mean, if they're just going to be, and it's justified, doing parks maintenance work, you might as well put them back in the Parks Department. Cross-training and doing dual work is what made sense out of this. And I believe it was Mike Sullivan that first proposed this.
The HMEOs that are budgeted through the Parks Department have also filled in on trash because they do have their CDL licenses. So we definitely share the staff.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Kevin.
Counselor Dane?
Yeah, no problem. Those are great questions. Can you tell me what falls under contract services for the parks?
Right now, we have a landscaping contract with Roca that they supplement the staff in the parks in certain areas. They do, so that's seasonal until, I think it's November 1st, that contract goes until, and then they start back up in the spring.
That's something that went out to bid. Who's Roca?
Roca is, it's not the sheriff's department. It's, is it it's youth?
Yeah, it's it's not a local program because it's actually statewide. There's one in office, Springfield, there's an office in Holyoke, but they work with at-risk youth to keep them engaged, and it's kind of like a coaching program to get at-risk youth back into the whatever path that they're negative path that they're going forward toward.
Okay. So is that still needed if we hire 3 people?
So the contracted services within, that's as needed. And from what I understand, because I struggled to make a decision of whether or not this is something I wanted to cut out of the budget. And the reason why I put it here is because they take care of those miscellaneous things that are, like, for example, painting of the Blue Sox field wall, the wall over there at McKinsey Field. I know there's painting on the wall and steps of the Holyoke bleachers, the cement wall, the purple and white colors. Grass cutting that needs to take, like, it's like it's miscellaneous where they're gap filling in areas where allows time freed up. But like Amy mentioned, this is something that can be potentially transitioned out as we build our parks division. May we need that in the future? Probably not. But currently, we were down to 3 at one point. We're now up to 5, and knock on wood. And I like how Councilor how Soto was very upfront and honest about the workforce concerns that he has. I have the same workforce concerns at our DPW, where it's a challenge to find people to fill critical roles, and also equally challenging to keep people in general. So it's one of those things where we want to build the department up, but we don't know how quickly or how soon we can get 3 guys to start on July 1. So it's one of those things, moving target.
Understood. So maybe this could be, as you phase this in, your thinking is to phase these type of extra services, which were sort of gap filler when you were shorthanded.
Right, these were things I was a few counselors on informal conversation, seeking input on the side, like, hey, what do you think? Should I cut? It's there on the block, and I got to say though, for what we're trying to do, it is helpful. So that's why I decided to keep it there. While at the same time, it's a positive thing. Obviously, I want to be very mindful of how we're investing resources as we try to, as I always explain, right-size the ship here. But here we have something that's filling the gap at the moment. But to your point, Counselor, it's something that we can definitely transition out if we need to, if we're not moving in the direction we want. If we start moving in the direction we want to go.
Understood. Okay, that sounds good. Let me just catch up with my budget report. I'd like to move over to, I didn't have anything for the city engineer department. Let's see, I did not have anything for DPW administration. I think I next wanted to go to page 30. I did have a few questions on page 30, which is city property. Let me just move my budget analysis over here. Okay. I see it looks like a position got added in as laborer in city property. Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
So we've been down a custodian in the City Hall campus. We've been down a custodian at the annex for quite some time now. And we've been filling that in with either one of the City Hall custodians or another laborer that we have. It's easier for us to fill a position like that with a laborer than a set custodian because the annex is a smaller building, if you will. So they could spend, say, half their day doing custodial work and the other half doing laborer work, which is what one of our guys does kind of right now when the custodians are unavailable.
Okay, I guess I missed it. Why do we need the second job, though?
To have a set person assigned to the annex for at
That
least,
one building requires a full-time employee?
to have a person that's fully responsible for that building, yes. And then we have other tasks that can be done throughout the city.
Mayor, do you feel the City Hall Annex needs a full-time custodian?
Yeah, it's no, I mean, it's, the Council on Aging has a full-time custodian, City Hall has a full-time custodian, the Police Department has one full-time custodian, or two.
Police has two.
And the library has, I think, two. We're talking about the City Hall Annex, you want, preventative maintenance and proactive maintenance management. The condition that it's in, I don't see how it would be a terrible idea not to have one, but that was the thought process at minimum, though, Counselor.
What type of tasks are the custodian, aren't they cleaning and picking up trash? I mean, they're not doing actual, like, fixing things or capital improvement, right?
Well, this request is for a laborer, so yes, they would be doing that kind of work if it was necessary.
How long has it been since City Hall Annex had its own custodian?
I would feel comfortable in saying at least 3 years. The person retired 3 or 4 years ago, and it hasn't been filled. I guess I just get concerned about adding a lot of positions. Some of this stuff, I'm just wondering, like, where all this money is coming from. Is this long-term sustainable? Do you feel? Apparently you do. Good. City Hall Annex, repair and maintenance, that's also up for expenses. Was 16,000 in 21, 21,000 in 22, proposed at 25. I see a number of these line items are up. I don't know if you have something special planned. Right, like I had said when I opened, all of my R&M lines I increased substantially due to prevailing wages. If we have to hire out for work on any of these buildings, the city has to go by prevailing wages.
Oh, I see. So this is for, what would be an example of, you mean like plumbers or that type of thing?
Yep, I brought the city's prevailing wage rates with me, if anybody would like to see them. It's quite a book.
Do we have in-house people? I know years ago, we would have folks inside that could do a number of these type of tasks. I mean, obviously, if you have to do electrical work or whatever, but are we able to do basic repairs ourselves in-house?
Yep, that's our building maintenance man. He has a maintenance repair truck. An example of his use was a vehicle drove into the DPW building over the summer, didn't negotiate the turn, and took out one of the windows in the basement, and he was able to board it up rather than having to hire a mason right away.
Has there been an analysis done when I was thinking about that Blue Sox contract of how much they pay us versus how much we receive in revenue? Do we do those analysis? And then there's another one on the city property here, like, for example, the Elmwood Fire Station. If we analyzed how much revenue we receive from the ambulance company compared to what it costs us to maintain the building and do that, are we checking into those type of contracts?
So the Elmwood Fire Station, if that is the one on South Street, I'm not familiar with the location on that.
It is.
So that one, we just started to receive, in place of the fire department, their rental check every month. So that is something on my end that I plan to look into. There may have been an analysis prior to that by the auditor, but I'm not aware of it. As for the Blue Sox, again, I can reach out to Maureen. The contract lies with the Park and Rec Department.
Okay, can you follow up with us on those two? Because I want to see how much revenue is generated compared to our cost. I hope these things are at least break even.
What was it about the fire structure again, Counselor?
Well, we have a contract with the ambulance
Yes,
company. What they pay us versus what we provide
pay out.
them,
Okay.
and what we're getting for services. So I'm interested to see is that a break-even proposition? Are we at least meeting our costs?
On the fire stations, if I could just ask,
Councilor McGarren.
just, Amy, Mayor, on the, you list under repair and maintenance 4 fire stations. If Elmwood is one of them, or the old Elmwood station being used by the ambulance company, what's missing? Because there are 4 stations. West Holyoke is on Homestead. The newest station is on Whiting Farms Road, Central, and if Highland is up on Route 5, up by the old Lynch School.
Sorry, what's the?
Well, there's only 4 here. What would Whiting Farms Road be?
I'm wondering if that's the Elmwood Fire Station.
That's what I thought.
1, 2, 3, 4. And we have 4 stations. How many stations do we?
Well, if you count the original Elmwood is across from the Elmwood Towers, is now the ambulance, rented to the ambulance company. Charter? No, Action.
Action, yeah, that's the one I was referring to, yeah.
But we also have Whiting Farms Road, which is the new Elmwood, I guess you would call it.
Looking at this budget line, I would feel comfortable saying that that is the one on Whiting Farms, as opposed to South Street.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot that goes into South Street right now. A lot of that's contractual.
Would that be a Scribner's error?
Sorry,
I know it's late.
There's no Scribner errors in this budget.
It's a Scribner error.
Had to throw it out there.
Amy, I understand prevailing wages, and I appreciate that as your answer. But what about, and I'll just focus on the fire stations. Whiting Farms is obviously new, and I'm sure it's minimal compared to the older stations. What are the needs projections for each of these buildings? Central is relatively new, but the Highland Route 5.
Well, my increases are substantially higher than the mayor's because I believe once it went to the mayor, a lot of whatever projects are going on with the ARPA funding were taken into consideration, and that's where his cuts came from, I believe, from what I requested to what he proposed. Like the Central Fire Station, mine is a lot larger than his numbers.
Central and Highland.
Yeah, so I believe there's work at both of them that is proposed through ARPA funding.
There's a cut, so that, and looking at what's been expended, the fire department also maintains a revolving account through what they collect from the rentals or what they have collected, and they've been kind of supplementing some work using that to better maintain the public buildings. And so it was just the combination of factors that made me feel comfortable about cutting it, whether if it's a level fund or a slight increase or just a slight decrease, looking at what we spent last year, looking at what we spent to date, and also knowing that there is a revenue source that helps kind of fill in some gaps for the fire department in some areas.
Which I appreciate and understood. But have we done a needs assessment, like on the Highland Station?
Yeah, no, I to my knowledge, there's no full-scale needs assessment of our fire buildings. I know that they've done their some level of needs assessment when ARPA became available and looked at what's eligible, right? So there's roofs that were being fixed. There's the windows and the bay doors that are fixed. There's generators and other things. So, like I could say, the former chief, before I got here, these were all already planned, either have done or in the process of being done. They've really maximized on ARPA.
Several years ago, we had the Highland Station, if that's the correct name for Route 5. The door was not operating
Is that the one?
correctly, and that's the door that came down on a firefighter who was in the tiller of a ladder truck, and ended his career way too young.
Is that the one up by Nick's Nest?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So that one, the doors have been replaced. The roof has been repaired and fixed. I think currently they're waiting on, if I'm not mistaken, waiting on some windows and whatnot. There's Station 3 and Station 3 and Station 6 were two stations that were the most in need of capital replacements and repairs and whatnot. And a great deal of it has been taken care of because of the availability of ARPA and some of that rental costs too as well that they've been collecting with the ambulance company.
And the ambulance companies are now just on South Street because of COVID. They haven't returned yet to all the stations, but that's, I understood and I appreciate the answer. And just like I said, as long as there's a needs assessment that we know what is needed out there, because all of our buildings, but especially the fire departments, because of the unique hazard it puts on firefighters and just performing their duties. And but I do appreciate your answers, and it does make sense that there's other revenue sources, as long as we're doing it.
Councilor Jordan, back to you.
Okay, I'm ready to move along to Highway and Bridges on page 32. I'd like to understand some of the things going on with this. For example, heavy equipment, heavy motor equipment operator. I see that there's a request for $535,000. Quite an exceptionally amount less than that has been spent. Under half of that, and significantly less than that in the prior fiscal year. So why 535,452 for this line item?
So that figure is reflective of 12 staff members, which we are currently budgeted for as well in fiscal year 22, but they have not been filled. We've had a lot of gaps in the highway area because we have been unable to get CDL drivers within the city. So with refuse being priority, the refuse area gets staffed prior to the highway with CDL drivers. So the 12 is a request to stay where we're at. The 535 is the median, 12 people at the median salary. And the gap as to what was spent this year, like I said, is the lack of staffing.
How many people do you actually have in those positions?
Right now, we have 6 HMEOs in the highway department.
Okay, so that makes sense comparing to what we've actually spent out of the line. So why, if we've had difficulty filling 6, why would we want to budget 12? I mean, maybe you find 1, maybe you find 2, if you're lucky, if you can get them. Why would we want to budget 12 when, what's the probability of you filling 6 vacancies?
Well, we're hoping with a union negotiation and the world coming out of COVID that people will come back to work, especially for the city. 12 will fulfill the needs of the city as it has in years past. I believe we've been budgeted at 12 for a few years. We've had, I just went over this with my board tonight. We started the fiscal year with 7 HMEOs, 1 retired, another one medically retired. We've had a couple go in and out, but it's difficult to get CDL drivers right now.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. The problem is, like, we have to give you resources to, like, what is reasonably anticipated to be spent. I don't know if we want to just say, here's money for 12 jobs, so you transfer it to something else. You know, that's not really us doing our job. We should give you what you really need to do. And if a miracle happens and you can get, you know, I could see having 1 or 2 vacancies, you know, funded in case you go out and you advertise and you're lucky enough to get somebody, but
well, historically, the need has been 12. Historically, the need was 12 when it was full. It was, we got stuff done in the city. You know, we have to look at CDL drivers also as the forefront of our plowing crew. If we don't have CDL drivers, that takes most of our plows off the road. So
I agree.
If we can fill it,
if
fantastic.
If you had 12 people to pay this money to, I would happily give you the 12 positions. I think the issue is you don't have 12 people, so I normally don't just fund jobs that there's nobody in. I mean, you know, maybe a little bit of leeway, but typically I think it would be more fiscally prudent that we give you 1 or 2 vacancies. And if a miracle happens that you can fill all 6, then just let us know. That would be my thought on that one. But okay, power shovel operator. How many of those are filled right now? Because we've underspent that budget by quite a bit.
3.
3. Okay. And how about property maintenance and demolition worker?
So that position has been filled. We need, unfortunately, to refill it, as Friday is his last day. So this is one that I can give you an example of when we've needed him recently. We had a city lot that we found had illegal dumping on it, and when we went out, there had to be an assessment, and it was determined that what was dumped was full of asbestos. The demo worker comes with an asbestos license. And they pair with the demolition worker in the building department to take down any properties that the city needs demolished or anything that may come down on its own.
Right. So this makes sense to leave there, even though it's empty currently. You know, hopefully you'll advertise if you haven't already for that to see what you can do with that. So, okay, that makes sense. Do you reasonably think you're going to fill the power shovel operator position?
I think we could, yes. We just need, we do have somebody within the department that recently told me he got his hoisting license. It's just a matter of if he wants to apply for it or not. And that's just going to move somebody out of HMEO and highway up to this position.
Okay. Laborer, you list this as 2 positions for $37,825, or at least it's listed in the budget as 2 positions for $37,825. Is that right, or is this just 1 job for laborer?
I think these numbers got switched, because my request was 2 at $77,123.
Oh, I see, okay. This position appears, based on the spending out of that line item, to not have been used for the last 2 fiscal years. What's the prognosis of this position getting filled?
So this position has been filled twice this fiscal year, but the person has left after a few days. There's a very small amount that's been spent out of it this year, $1,434.40.
Okay, so if it hasn't really been filled in 2 years, should we continue to fund it at full funding?
Well, this is one that we looked at, the mayor and I actually looked at the laborer positions together, is we have had a lot of applicants that have not had a CDL license. So if we can get the right ones in to stay, it would be beneficial. They can do other things throughout the city, the MADVAC, you know, street cleanups, stuff to that extent.
And it's the DPW laborer positions we're trying to structurally fix in the union contract as well, again, to make it desirable and people would want to stay, and hopefully these laborers would want to grow in the department, get their HMEOs. Ideally, that's what we want to create, that pipeline, but we got to get them to stay.
Is this a situation where we could use one of those 3 new parks people in this role, and maybe we don't need, since we've struggled so much to fill this job, maybe not have this position for now, and that would give further justification to those other 3 being added there, and there's some cross use?
I guess that may be a union question. If your job description is that you are maintaining parks and now we have you out maintaining streets, that I feel like that would be more of a union question.
No. Maybe you could take a peek at that and see if that's doable. All right, just plugging along here. Traffic lights, let's see here. Yeah, that looks, 21,000. Yeah, that was fine. I can move on from that one. Let's see here. Going over to auto equipment maintenance. To motor equipment repairman on page 33. I saw proposed was a salary of about 99,892. But that seems to be down from prior years. Is there a reason why that one went down?
Yes, our seasoned employees that had over 10 years each have both left, and we have new employees, so they go back to a step 1 or 2.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh, actually, I did goof up in that I wanted to ask you on highway and bridges. I saw that ROCA services were again requested here, so that's that group. You had requested $65,000 for the ROCA services. I noticed that actually it was 101 that was actually expended for this fiscal year. Why are we using so much, and what type of services are they providing us for highway and bridges?
They've done a lot of the work that we haven't been able to get to with that staffing gap. They've done a lot of cleanup. They've done a lot of, the parks department doesn't maintain, say, city lots that have overgrown brush and anything to that extent. So ROCA's come in and really picked up the staff gap in the highway division.
I think, Amy, too, you said it was 101, right, Counselor? Was that the one where we had 2? Remember, we had to come back, Finance Committee, and resolve. It was sheriff versus ROCA versus.
That was out of the refuse.
That was a refuse.
Oh, that was in refuse.
And that was the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was because we had the temp service.
Yep, the temp service. That's right. All right. Never mind.
All right. Checking my other pages here.
While you're checking that, Kev, I'm just gonna, Counselor Murphy Ramboletti has a question.
Sure.
Thank you. I will try to keep this brief. Thanks, Amy. I know that you didn't necessarily sign up for this job, but you're doing a great job, so thank you. Just a quick question on the forestry department, page 25. If I go look at contract forestry services, looks like a lot was expended. And I'm wondering, I know that in this, there's a new position that's being created. Is that the tree climber position? Do you anticipate that having that position will result in having to spend less on the contract forestry services?
That's our anticipation, yes.
Okay, cool. Because I know that all of us get a lot of outreach from constituents about trees that they're concerned about, so that's great.
The city just acquired a brand new tree truck.
Yes.
That's another reason we're requesting to fill a tree climber position.
Wonderful, wonderful. The other question, more of a comment. Oh, it's kind of a question. Does the budget in general that you guys have presented, I think the mayor, all of us can agree that we are repeatedly contacted by folks about trash in the city. And I know that there's the vac that goes out on High Street. Does this budget, or perhaps it's ARPA funding, do we have plans to increase the amount of trash pickup, increase the amount of trash receptacles, and possibly have folks who can maintain those things?
So that kind of goes back to the laborer positions.
Okay.
Is the mayor, when the mayor visited the DPW, he went on a tour of downtown, and that was a big conversation. Was not necessarily the trash in the trash barrels, it was the trash in the downtown area. So ultimately, with laborers, whether it's in the refuse or the highway department, we would like to get a team together to kind of own the downtown area and those MADVACs, and that would be part of the laborer positions. We have the refuse bays that are open on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so we kind of put together a schedule for the laborers, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, all-day MADVAC. Depending on how many laborers we had, we could at least do in the morning on Tuesday, Thursday, and then those people would staff the bays as well.
Okay, thank you. And for what it's worth, I know downtown it's very important that trash gets picked up, but it's obviously a concern for the whole city.
Right, right now that's part of the highway department. The
Awesome.
MADVACs, to empty out the trash cans downtown, the big bellies, all of it.
Yes.
Again, takes away from the highway department with potholes and berm and line striping and all of that.
And then just for what it's worth, I worked at the City Hall Annex for 3 years, and it needs its own custodian, in my opinion. So I'm personally glad to see that. And for counselors who have not familiarized themselves with ROCA, I highly encourage that because I know it's filled in a lot of the gaps that exist that DPW can't cover. So I'm glad to see it's still continuing. I know the hope is one day we might not need the services, but I'm, appreciative of how much they've done. So those are my only comments, questions. So thank you.
Councilor Jordan.
Yep, great. Those were all great questions. Appreciate that. In terms of the parking facilities, I wanted to ask, could we get an updated report on the ticket revenue from the meters? How much in meter capital for fixing the meters would be needed, and how much we're getting in garage revenue versus our cost to operate the garages? I think it would be a good time to have sort of an update on that.
Yep, I can provide that too. We meet with the parking advisory board once a month, and it's provided to them at each meeting. So yes, we can forward it to council as well.
Okay, great.
I could follow up on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Amy, I understand the parking advisory group has got their work cut out for them, and revenue is important, but I think we also need to know how many parking meters are not operating. When are we going to fix the parking kiosk on the uppers of the Suffolk Street? And when are we going to return daytime parking, daily parking to Dwight Street? The COVID has changed the way people work, and the monthly parking pass is no longer the option that people are looking for. Mm-hmm. People are working some days, 2 days in the office, 3 days at home. And they're looking more and more for a pay-as-you-go type parking, or maybe even a different type of parking pass that isn't, for the full month. And the revenue is important, but if we have 80 meters are not operating, am I right?
We do have a lot, and that's where, you know, if you look at repair and maintenance for Dwight and Suffolk and the street, a lot of that money really goes to repairing the meters. We have a two-person team that are the control officers, and they generally switch off their duties to repairing these. That is a hot topic with the advisory board, that, you know, they can repair them and the same stretch is broken the next day. A lot of them get jammed very easy. They are antiquated meters, and we are looking with the board how to replace them, what would be beneficial. We have a few cities that are comparable in size that we're trying to work off of or work with, and what they've done to remedy it.
Because I think with a little bit more investment, this whole part of your budget would pay for itself, plus make money for the city.
And to your point, Councilor, that's where that investment of that downtown parking management analysis and that we talked about with free cash, this group that's been meeting consistently monthly since they were formed, they'd work through that process with the hired consultant to develop that plan so that we have clear recommendations of, you know, what we can essentially implement to take care of these, you know, these issues, a master plan of some kind to deal with how, you know, rethink parking management in our downtown and the infrastructure we use, the systems we use, you know, for people to, you know, for example, pay as they park.
We do have the Park Mobile app for the people, like you're saying, that may want to park one day here, one day there. We're trying to work with them to get our metered spaces as an option. Right now, it's only available in the garages.
Understood, and hopefully someday it'll be for all parking, not just the garages, but the off-street parking and the meters.
Yeah, it is the direction we're going in.
Yep.
Absolutely.
But we, it's thank you. So I know it's a lot to it, but I really think it'd be worth it, and it would make money for the city, not just break even.
Councilor Maldonado Velez, you had your hand up for a second.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, I'm part of the parking advisory committee. I can send y'all the console of the notes from the last couple of meetings, just so y'all are updated what's going on. Just like Amy said, that's the discussion right now, like what the study will be. We're going off like some years old studies right now, so that's our next step to hopefully have fixed the parking issue, because it's affecting us, particularly in downtown, in a lot of different ways. So yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I appreciate Jose saying that. Yeah, that would be really helpful. Thank you, Councilor. One of the things I wanted to point out there too was when we had the big debate whether or not the Suffolk Street garage should be 1 story or 2 stories, you know, we paid many millions extra. Wow. And there was a big debate about whether or not we should have a second floor to that garage. It was all predicated on, you know, we're going to generate this revenue to pay for this. And I hope that that's actually occurring, because that was a big time expense, not even considering all the problems we ended up having with the contractor who did the work, and the lawsuits and such that went back and forth relative to that. I would be interested to see how much of that analysis actually, now looking ahead, whatever it's been now, 10, 12 years, if that actually has occurred, would be interesting. So look forward to seeing if the DPW could follow up on some of those things, you know, like what percentage of our garage spaces are actually being used on a regular basis, and such, to just make sure the numbers are working on all of this. And what do we have to need, and what do we need to adjust going forward? And I'm sure the parking committee will give us a number of suggestions. So thank you again for coming in. That concludes certainly my questions. Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no one further, that is it for tonight. Thank you. Sure.
Contract with Sheriff Coachy, is that?
That is under I believe it's refuse contracted service. Other services under refuse collection.
Does anybody know, is that typical of all communities where the sheriff brings in a crew to work?
The crew that we have does work with Chicopee also.
Was Chicopee pay for it also?
I'm assuming. I think it's just the same supervisor that has the crews, and he disperses with the need to both cities. This line for the other services is a number of things, but that's where the sheriff's department.
My thoughts are maybe I'm just looking at it wrong, but we as taxpayers pay a lot of money, for the cost of inmates and what it costs to keep them in jail. And when you have a program and I know the sheriff does a great job with this, and I know the inmates are handpicked that are exhibited good behavior and are not only just trusted, but it's to their benefit to do this. And if we're paying all that money to house the inmates, and this is their way of paying it back, I don't get why we have to pay to get the contracted services to have their help, with what they do.
I know that's something that the city's been doing for many years. That
Which came to my surprise, and I think a few of us last year. I never knew that. I knew that line item, but I never thought it was paying the sheriff.
Several of the contracts, the mayor and I have been in conversation with this year, kind of getting a better grasp on them and seeing exactly what the payoff is with them. Just monitoring more. I mean, I'm first time in this position, so.
You're doing great, Amy, though.
If I know what the request is, we can move forward with it, and one of them is, Roca's day-to-day as well as the sheriff's day-to-day. We need to be more, we need to keep a better understanding of what they do, because if it can be staffed in-house, it would be better that way.
Be better. Roca's very interesting, too, if it works, because it's also putting money into someone's wallet, into their purse that needs it,
Right.
and that's a work program that I understand.
Right.
The inmates paying for that, I don't understand, because we're already paying for it.
Right. It's not that we intend to cut any contracts. We just want to get a full understanding, even if it means for me to get out on the street to do spot checks and just kind of understand what they're doing.
Yeah. And they're hard workers. So both programs are hard workers. The courts have a probation community service program that are pretty much, they're well watched for free and hard workers. They just they need the help of the city to set up, if it's trash removal, a pickup place and bags and tools and things like that. But that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
All right, so with that, that ends our budget hearings. June 13th will be the.
I'll second.
Not a full quorum. With that, though, thank you to the mayor for being at all the budget hearings, to the department heads for coming in and staying long hours, to the council members, 11 members tonight throughout the meeting. So well attended, much appreciated on everyone for being a part of it. I know it's a lot of work, but that's what we're here for. So thank you to everyone, and I hope everyone has a good night. Full council meeting tomorrow, and then the 13th we'll be back here for the budget.
Thank you.
Good night,
Good night.
Good night.